Hello. Howdy ho. What's up, nerds? Goblins, goobers, however you identify yourself as at the moment. Hi, it's me. I am not happy to be here. I don't know about you guys, but by the end of this, you're not gonna want to have been here either. This fucking video. Okay, so a little bit of context. So I was informed about this video by a couple of comments on one of my Renell videos. I was informed about this video, I believe in the Discord. I think it got talked about when it first came out. And I didn't cover it at the time. I wanted to, but I did not have a chance to look at it. And you're gonna find out why as we kind of look at this. So I kind of delayed on it, and then kind of it slipped out of my mind because I was busy with like court stuff and other things and yada yada yada. I didn't get to it, and so now we're back. And like I said yesterday or Monday, whatever day yesterday, that I was gonna look at this. And so here we are. I'm glad I did. I watched this video yesterday. It is only 40 minutes long, but oh boy, does it pack a lot of bullshit in 40 minutes. You got an anti-Kamala ad? Oh my god. Why is YouTube doing politics, man? Okay. I watched this video yesterday in the Discord, so, you know, if you're in the Discord, you can feel free to join us for, like, initial reactions to things sometimes before we do a stream about them. So, for transparency's sake, I have watched this video now, and now we're gonna talk about it. And I don't want to. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my god. I'm not. I don't know. I feel like I'm hyping this up too much. Listen, I'm not gonna mince words about this. I'm not gonna pretend that, like, I'm gonna come in unbiasedly to this video, because now I've already seen it once. And I'm not gonna pretend like, oh my god, this is my initial reaction. Can you believe that? No. I watched it last night. And it's got a lot of problems in it. And I just about pulled my hair out, and I'm like, damn, what a thing to come back to. Oh boy. Oh boy. So this is, I mean, my audience probably is not very familiar. This is Cece Suarez. Cece does videos basically about, like, debunking MLM groups. And she does, like, a little bit of culty stuff. In this video, she says that she covers the same things that Katie Joy covers. So take that for what you will. This was the first video of hers, I believe, that I've actually watched from my recollection. If I'm wrong about that, then I forgot that I've seen her stuff before. I did go kind of poking around to see if all of her content was like this, but I didn't get very far because, I got distracted by a little bit of a hole that I fell into about some of her brand deals and some of the institution that pays her, I guess, to shill their shit, which we're gonna cover on Dumbfuck Friday. So if you want to know about that, join us on Friday. as we fall down a little bit of that hole. Comically large pint glass. Yes. Large. Okay, this is the disclaimer at the front, and we always know when somebody has a disclaimer out the gate that we're in for a good ride. One other thing before we start this is... I forgot. I don't remember. Oh, if you're squeamish about, like, germs and body stuff, just be aware that's gonna come up. I don't know if there's gonna have to be a... I don't think a trigger warning is needed for this. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. It's probably fine. I'm sure it's fine. So this video is titled Katie Joy Without a Crystal Ball is Lying About Me Proof. This came out, as you can see here, and which is why this video is a little bit interesting, is it came out on February 16th, 2024. And for anybody who's been following me or this scenario that we're about to talk about, because surprise, surprise, this video is about Charla. Which is why it got sent to me. Yay! Fuck my life, dude. So for anybody who's been following and kind of knows what's been happening with all the court shenanigans, you would be aware that February, then, like, I believe it was like February 24th or so, was Aaron and Veda's court dates. So this happened about a week to a week and a half, right before that court. And now you know why I wasn't able to watch it at the time, and why it took me so long to get to it, and why I kind of forgot about it, and now I've come back to it. So, Renell commenter, if you're out there, I said I would get to it, and I'm sorry it took so long, but I made it. And now I'm mad about it, so how could you do this to me? There's a couple of concepts that we're gonna go over, but I think I'm just gonna let CC start chatting away. Her disclaimer says, all individuals included in this video have published their content to social media publicly and present themselves as public figures. Therefore, per YouTube privacy guidelines, it is not required that I conceal the faces and usernames of these individuals. Okay, out the gate, there's some problems with this disclaimer. I don't know how much I want to nitpick that. It's gonna be the least of our worries as we're going. Just maybe keep this a little bit in the back of your mind about this kind of jargon. That we'll see where it goes. So let's go, I guess.
Hi guys, popping in real quick just to let you know to stay tuned because I am doing a giveaway with Balessa, so stay tuned for more information on that.
Hello friends, it is currently 11:54 a.m. on Tuesday, February 13th. Oh, first of all, hi, I'm Chelsea. You know that and I know that. I'm just a lady with a
So this video ended up coming out on February 16th. She's recording at February 13th, so from my understanding, it's about to roll over into midnight for her. She said 11 a.m., but she means 11 p.m. She clarifies later, which is kind of interesting to me and gives me a little bit of context, only because this is an ad video, so this video has an ad read in it, and it's her ad read for Valentine's Day, a Valentine's Day special sale thing, and she's recording it at 11 p.m., Would she say 11:50 p.m. on the 13th of February, meaning that it's the next day is Valentine's Day? Whoops. Hey, listen, scheduling gets away from any of us, but I only note this because I think it might be a little bit of a relevant piece of information, particularly that, again, this video came out on February 16th, not the 14th. So I digress. We'll get into that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you already. Sorry, my bad.
Bulldog a camera in far too many opinions. Before I form those opinions, though, and make a video, typically if it is something that is, needs a little bit of research, I will typically look through everything, talk to certain people. If people have sent me emails and stuff and want me to look into something, I will typically go ahead and check out the content from the subject of the video or the entity, whatever, whomever it may be applicable to. Many times I will email them asking for a statement because I have what's called journalistic integrity. I'm very careful with how I word and phrase and the verbiage that I use within these emails. And really, like, industry-wide, that's basically the norm, reaching out to someone for a statement regarding whatever instance, whatever situation is pretty normal. Usually people just ignore it when you're public.
All right. So that was a lot in the first couple of minutes. Sorry, in the first minute and 8 seconds. We have I could sit here and I could talk back and forth and we can talk about credentials and we can talk about education and we can talk about like the definitions within the field of journalism about what is journalistic integrity. But I think I want to put a pin in that real quick. Just for a minute. I want to know what you, dear viewer, friends, what do you think when you hear journalistic integrity? What does that mean to you? What standards does that like invoke in your brain about what that ought to entail? What does the word research mean to you? What do these concepts mean when you hear somebody say them and they're talking about covering stories or I don't know, whatever. What is, cuz truth is a good word. Cuz like I also maybe I'm gonna be a little charitable and say maybe she just spoke a little bit out of order, but if you caught what she said she is a person who is just a girl with a bulldog and too many opinions, and then starts talking about how she has journalistic integrity, but right between those, she said that when she covers something, first she'll make a video and then do her research and then reach out to people. So maybe that was just a misspeak. Maybe it's just, midnight. But if you're setting the stage for your video and you just first thing you explain is why people shouldn't believe you and shouldn't necessarily trust this research that you're doing that you then put onto a pedestal. Research. Watching people's YouTube videos. Tell me that maybe you take yourself too seriously. Reporting facts and not giving your biased opinions. Okay. Impartiality and a search for what is either reasonable or most reasonably true given the facts. Okay, yep. Seen too much bad professional journalism to believe in journalistic integrity anymore. Fair enough. Look into people one is going to talk about before making the video about them. This was a sloppy mess. You know what? A sloppy mess is a really good description of this video. I agree. I hope. Okay. Alright. So and the reason I ask this is because, again, we can argue the semantics and we can talk about like who's got education in what when it comes to like journalism or when it comes to like reporting or whether or not somebody, because I really don't think that's, I feel like that's secondary, right? I feel like it's secondary about whether or not people understand what you're saying and whether or not you're doing a good job. right? Because you can do a good job at something and have little to no education in it. You can learn and educate yourself on a topic without having, like, traditional education, right? So I'm not going to sit here on, like, my non-existent high horse of dropping out of school multiple times. But what I wanted to know is, what do you believe journalistic integrity is? So if somebody says that to you, what that elicits. Now, I don't know what CC's audience is going to think of when they hear that, right? I can only ask you guys. I can't ask them. I'm more than happy to, like, hear out what they think or what they believe she's trying to elicit, or what picture she's trying to paint when using these terms. But anyway, let's keep going. It's okay. We're only 1 minute in. It's only gonna get better. But I just wanna like, maybe I should get, like, a sticky note. Should I go get a sticky note and, like, put it on the wall, and then I can pull out when we stick a pin in things, we can literally stick a pin in it. I have sticky notes. I'm gonna go get sticky notes. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. This is a good idea. Hold on a sec. Please enjoy my chair. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. This seemed like a good idea. I'm gonna close this window a little bit. It's kind of noisy out there. All right. Okay. Hi. This would have been smart. This would have been. Should have done this earlier. Look at that. Okay. Yeah. And 4B pencil. Okay. So what do we got? We got journalistic integrity. Don't expect me to spell any of these things right? That she's very professional, like when she emails somebody, and it's industry standard. And then we got, what was the last one she said? Oh, she had this order of events where she makes a video, but she reaches out to people, right? And then, like, she watches people, right? Watches and researches. I'm pretty sure this is going to be important. All right? Don't judge my handwriting. I'm a goblin. Noted. Listen, she's telling us who she is and what she's about, and this is how we should expect to view the video and the content that she's putting out. All right, she's setting the stage about how professional she is, how she's got integrity, how she makes sure she has a very specific way to make sure that she gets her information, she's got the facts, and makes sure that she puts forward quality. All right, quality, and that's what we're here for. Let's go.
Figure
Hit me.
Most of us are used to that, right? One person that absolutely loves to call themselves a journalist and should be used to getting these media inquiries, statement requests, things like that. However, they get real offended when you do, is Katie Joy. Catherine Mansky Paulson, if you...
I agree. Katie Joy does put herself out there as a professional, as a journalist, as somebody who does research and gets scoops and stuff. I mean, what level of journalism or what standards you think are accurate for her, not relevant. I agree that she does in fact present herself pretty close to the same way that CC is presenting herself right now, as somebody with integrity, as somebody who does their best to get the facts and present things unbiasedly, and has sources and does professional emails and inquiries and stuff like that. So I agree. Katie Joy believes and puts forward that she follows the same kind of set standards and presents herself in the same way that Cece just described herself as. Cool. No problems. I agree with this.
Will of the channel without a crystal ball. Now that might ring a little bell, that might bring up some trauma for you that you've suppressed on the internet, but you may remember her from being a menace to the internet in general and having an overinflated and frankly incorrect perception of her own professional reputation. However, I did do
This is a little bit dramatic. Guys, have you been traumatized by Katie Joy? Please call this hotline. Sources, does Trust Me Bro count? Allegedly. Guys, tell me about your Katie Joy trauma. A menace to the internet. Is Katie Joy that big? Like, I know that Katie Joy, when I was looking at Cece's videos, I did sort by popular to see, like, what she covered most, or what she was, and the 4th most popular video she's ever made is the one she's showing on screen. It's the Katie Joy one. Well, you know, whatever floats your boat. I think she's only done this one video and, like, 2 live streams or something where she talks about Katie, something like that. Based on this video, I didn't really check to see that much because it's not really important to what we're talking about. Don't use sticky notes to make notes in court. Yeah, maybe don't do that. Betty says I was in the chat of this video trying to correct her so many times, and you think you got hidden. Was this a live stream at some point? I've been traumatized by Steve talking about Katie. Does that count to trauma by proxy? Oh no. My Katie Joy trauma is more Steve's trauma. Why is this a common sentiment amongst you guys? What is happening? Oh, wonderful. It was a premiere. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I didn't think it was live because there's a lot of edits in this. So, like, a lot of edits. So I didn't think it was public. Okay, or sorry, stream. So, okay. But, you know, sometimes people will, like, I mean, I've done it before. I'll do a live stream and then I'll cut it into a video, but she was there. Okay, so she was, like, just participating in her own premiere. Noted. I understand. Funny. It doesn't say premiered. I wonder if that's because it was edited after the fact. Oh, and I'm just saying that because I know it was edited after the fact. She said it was. All right, let's keep going. It's a little bit extreme. I don't know why people are so extreme about Katie. I don't get it. But okay. You know, menace to the internet, you know, the literal Antichrist, some kind of, like, manipulative demonic monster woman. You know, the usual. Get your bingo cards out, everybody.
a video on Katie Joy back in August of 2022. Now, when I did this video, per usual, like I said, I reached out to her asking for a comment. You would have thought, per her response, that I just went off on her in an email. I was pretty professional, as I typically am with these types of things, and she just went off. And then my video completely changed and was completely different, and I decided to just debunk everything she was saying and just put it out there and be like, girl, what you doing? So
okay, well, let's take a look and read the email. She reads it out later in the video, but I want to look at it now because I think it's relevant to get it out there. So let me, actually, I didn't, do you guys want to try and read it from the video? I don't think I want to try and read it from the video. It's also cut off, by the way. What kind of shit-ass editing is this? It's it's half cut on the... me, dude. Can you guys read that? I'm just gonna kind of assume that you can't read this. Yeah, Manya sent me something. Manya, don't distract me. Hold on. I get it. What is this free? No. People are having a conversation in the Discord right now. I screenshotted this shit yesterday because I like knew I was gonna end up needing it, and then my dumbass didn't grab it before I went live. And I want to put it here and here and here. Okay, got that one. I feel like wasn't there more than one email that she shows here? Oh yeah, here it is. I wanted to get Feline to red, like, marker this for me, but she didn't get, or they didn't get to it in time. Yeah, sure, save as image 1, I don't care. There we go. Okay. I don't know what Manya just sent me, but, like, it's gonna be trouble. I know it's gonna be trouble, because it's Manya. And Manya is nothing but trouble. She knows what she did. Alright, here's the email. Let me just zoom this in a little bit. Whoops. Zoom this in while we talk about it. There we go. Cool. Good morning, Catherine. I am working on a video regarding the current situation between you and individual named Charla McIverand and several other content creators. If you are not comfortable with this, please disregard this request. 2 years ago, when I emailed you asking for a statement, I was met with a less than response. Semicolon, however, comma, I am hopeful that this time will be different. Below are a few questions. I am not stating anything below as a fact or insinuating that it is true at all. I am simply asking your opinion regarding points. Have a wonderful day. Point 1. What do you say to those who think you cross boundaries with individuals involved in the stories you report on, or rather that you get too involved? 2. It has been alleged that you have doxed, threatened, harassed, and individuals previously, including but not limited to Katie Parker and Renelle Smith. Would you be able to elaborate on this topic? Katie Parker down the rabbit hole at bedtime? And Renelle Smith? Could it be? We love the company. The company. Even if we die, we love the company. They're coming. They're coming for us. Oh god. 3. There has been speculation that every time a lawsuit is not going in your favor, you will stir up drama and manipulate viewers to see you as a victim of harassment, stalking, etc. Would you say this is false? This email, dude. Much professional, so wow. 4, in a live stream recently, you mentioned multiple times that, quote, it's the same group, ellipses, end quote. Are you of the belief that all of the people who have spoken out against you are working together? Thank you for your time. Kindly and assertively. No, I know you are, Manya. I'm sorry. I'm just giving you a hard time. Thank you for your assistance. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. So... so professional. Katie is the world eater, probably said unironically. Okay. So a couple notes comments about this email and your guys', very professional opinions, live YouTube chat, did that sound professional to you? I mean, the grammar wasn't, but, disregarding the grammar. Does that sound like a professional journalistic type of email you would expect to get for somebody who is looking for inquiries or looking to speak with you about a controversy you're involved in or a part of, allegedly? Second off, you'll notice the beginning of that email mentioned that Katie's involved with Charla in some way, and then proceeded to ask a bunch of questions that had nothing to do with Charla. Like, didn't even ask if it was true that people have alleged that you and Charla are working together and that you paid for her lawyers. Were you or are you involved with this Charla person? When are you gonna get on board with hair clips? No, absolutely not. You mean like that was a really weird email to have obtained from a journalist? Journalistic integrity filled with loaded questions that are not on topic with the topic you opened on? They don't criticize Katie Joy Paulson for attacking people who won't talk to her? I don't know. This question of like, oh, do you think that everybody criticizes you works together is kind of a bit of a silly leading question, don't you think? Right, especially if you have a video that you've already put out that is like clearly like not I mean, I don't. If I got that email, I would not believe that these questions were being asked in earnest. Do you know what I mean? Chocolate teapot. I think yesterday what I said when I listened to her description of like the way she handled things, I said it feels like I'm a Jack in the Box that's having its crank turned backwards. All right, let's keep going. I disagree. I do not think that your email is professional. I think your email is filled with like underhanded comments and insults. So things like 2 years ago when I emailed you asking for a statement, I was met with a less than I assume positive response. And it's like, why are you taking digs with somebody you're trying to communicate with? You know what I mean? Like, I'm working on a video regarding the current situation between an individual named Charla and several other content creators. Right? So, none of the questions that Cece sent to Katie had anything to do with Charla. They were all just questions about Katie's conduct. Now, I might agree or disagree about whether or not Katie Joy is gets too close to what is it? What did she say? Your sources? Where did that go? Oh, what do you say to those who think you cross boundaries with individuals involved in the stories you report on, or rather that you get too involved? Like, what a bizarre and loaded question. Because a lot of these questions are like an accusation, and then what do you have to say about that? Or somebody else said this, and what do you have to say about that? So it's already prompting Katie to be defensive, which is not, as a journalist, I feel like maybe that's not really what you want in an email that you're sending. You're trying to, when you're interviewing somebody or you're questioning somebody, you want them to be open to you, right? You need them to trust you that you're going to share true and accurate information. But the thing is these questions are already biased to begin with, You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Let's keep going.
Went off on her in an email. I was pretty professional, as I typically am with these types of things, and she just went off. And then my video completely changed and was completely different, and I decided to just debunk everything she was saying and just put it out there and be like, girl, what you doing? So much to my surprise, when I emailed Katie Joy earlier today, I didn't get a response back right away. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe she's just gonna do the mature thing and ignore it or respond and say no comment, right? No. Went on live on, I'm assuming it was Instagram or something like that, and just really made a lot of accusations. And
as a journalist with integrity who does her research, why do you not know which platform that this person went live on when they were responding to you when that is the content of your video? I am not one to hold people to unreasonable expectations. I am, however, one to hold people to the expectations that they set themselves. I wouldn't expect to click on CC's videos and expect journalistic integrity. But I was told, and I was informed that that's what I was supposed to expect, and that's what we were here for. That we were here for facts, we were here for integrity, we were here for professionalism. Girl, come on. Come on now. And so you emailed her this earlier today for a video you were putting out the following day? That's also unreasonable. There's no time frame listed in your email either. You didn't say, there's nothing in here like, look, I'll show you again. Look, there's nothing in here that says, oh, it just says I'm working on a video. It's not like, oh, this video comes out tomorrow, I've got a couple of questions. Like, if you do that to somebody, you're already putting them in a tough spot, and you're already imposing on people. Like, what the fuck? Oh, shanks. This is one of my favorite shirts. Very comfortable. This isn't professional. You emailed her the day of. Now, the video didn't end up coming out until February 16th, or it got edited or whatever, but you gave her no time. Very professional. That's something that somebody you might be able to do as a favor. If I was like, oh, hey, Manya, do you have the answer to this? I need it, like, right now. Yeah, I'm friends with Manya. We have a good working relationship. So I might be able to expect that, or be like, I can impose a little bit like that, as opposed to like somebody you don't like, somebody who've already made videos that you don't like, and then insulting them and throwing shade at them in the video where you're asking them for a favor, as if you're the one doing the favor. Yeah, but she didn't do the mature thing and just ignore me being a bitch in emails, because my bitchiness is professional. This is fucking goofy, dude. Oh, brother.
tried to sound like she knew what she was talking about, but she does not. This woman is truly a buzzkill. She really just kills all the vibe.
Sorry, I'm just gonna point out here. Katie Joy went live trying to present herself as somebody who knew what she was talking about, but she very much doesn't know what she's talking about. I'm gonna write that. That one's going on the board. Hold on. KJ went live. Yo, do you think I'm gonna get accused of being a Katie Joy fanboy now? KJ went live, and tried to sound like she knew, and she didn't. Alright, that's going on the board. She's saying this as like as opposed to her, right? She's going live knowing what she's talking about. Alright, that's on the board. Oh, I can't. You guys can see that one. Oh, bonk. There we go. On the board. Oh man. Alright, see you later, Just Cruise, and have a good day. Have a good nap. Oh, I'm gonna get called a Katie fanboy. I'm not here to defend Katie. I just got sent this video to watch and it's full of bullshit. Oh, this is the worst.
You know what doesn't kill any vibes though? The sponsor of this video. Today's video is sponsored by our friends at Bellesa.
Great
Since it
segue!
is the month of love, showing your love for others is obviously important. However, self-love is even more important, and not just
This is what I mean. I think that there's like, you remember how I said this video was a sponsor video? Maybe I'm overstepping my bounds here, but my interpretation is that this comes off as a video that she rushed to put together so she could throw something online for a video that was supposed to be sponsored that she lost track of time and didn't fucking plan out properly. If I was the sponsor of this video, I'd be pissed. But she got paid to do this. You want me to do an ad read? Well, you know. Whatever. Blah, 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 blah. I'm skipping your ad, I'm sorry. I'm skipping your ad for vibrators. Big preach. I'm sure they're lovely. There we go. Link in the description. I don't know if it's still valid. Probably not. KJ's reaction derailed her whole focus. She barely covered the topic and went after KJ. She gave safe harbor to Rabbit and Renell as she projected her experience onto them. She did bias research. I mean, I'm kind of like tempted to suspect she didn't do any research at all. Yeah, no, I'm skipping the ad. Skip the ad. So here's the thing. The subject of this video was supposed to be about her and Charla, right? About Katie Joy and Charla, and Rabbit and Renell and Charla, right? That as per her email. And then she didn't make that video and made this one instead because she got too pissy about Katie Joy not wanting to answer her. But I'm curious to know what the lie is yet, because we're 5 minutes in and we don't know what the lie is. So let's keep going.
Being a continued sponsor of my channel and of, you know, me in general.
You should ask for their
okay,
money
before we
back.
get into all of this real quick, let's just throw up some assets so you can kind of have an idea of what we're even
let's
talking
just
about.
throw up.
Good Lord. Okay, so here is Katie Joy. She is the menace to the internet, who is the woman behind the channel Without a Crystal Ball. She covers
The menace to the internet. Why are you all so afraid of Katie? I don't get it. Like, I made videos debunking and talking about Katie in the past, and she didn't give me a hard time. Like, I think her husband said, like, something shitty about me once, but, like, who the fuck cares? She called me a hacker, which was kind of funny, but, like, that's not a big deal. That's just, like, silly, goofy internet shit. Like, why are you all so fucking... She's the menace to the internet. Ooh. Look out. Big bad Katie Joy is gonna come and eat your asshole. Listen, if I ever give a sponsor, don't listen to a single word I've said, because I will sell you all out for a fucking Klondike bar. If I'm like, hey, this is the best product ever, I didn't try it. I didn't try it, and I don't care whether or not it's actually good. I just want the money. But I'm telling you up front. That makes it okay.
trashy TV drama, TLC show people who are like in cults, and IBLP, you know, the one that the Duggars are in, the Duggars. She also covers Sister Wives and stuff like that. However, most people know Katie Joy from when she, speaking straight out of her anus, in my opinion, regarding Tati Westbrook, the beauty guru extraordinaire on YouTube, and was making like really crazy claims about her. And then Tati turned around and
Is that why Katie Joy is most well known nowadays? I would question that. I think saying that's where she kind of blew up from and where a lot of people had issue with her, Sure. TLZ? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's something else. Sure. Again, I'm not really here to TLC and TMZ combined. Maybe. I'm not really here to like pick too much on her criticisms of Katie Joy, but is that really true? Like, Katie has gone, like, now has 300,000 subscribers, as opposed to Cece, who is at 140K, right? So, with 300,000 subscribers, do you think that something that happened like 4 years ago is the thing that people know her for now, particularly like her own audience? I just don't know if that's like an actually like journalistic, honest take on why people know who Katie Joy is. 7M, yeah, 7M is a good point. Yeah. I don't know. I'm maybe this is right. Maybe that is the most reason why people know who Katie Joy is. I'd be curious to know why Katie Joy's followers know who she is. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be the angle you would want to take. She has not put a note about this video having paid advertisement anywhere in this video. There should be one according to YouTube requirements. Yeah, if you do a video that has a paid sponsorship in it, you're supposed to click that on when you upload the video, like in the YouTube studio. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here about that. So I don't know if she just didn't do that, which is a legal problem, but you know, it's maybe something we can talk about a little bit more on Friday. Yeah, she gained her biggest following covering the Sister Wives and the Duggars. Yeah, Moby, I think you're right. I think it's disingenuous to present people know Katie because of her beef with Toddy. I'm pretty sure that's not why people know. Not why the majority of people know. People who don't like her, maybe. But I just don't think that's a good representation for somebody who's supposed to be coming across as somebody who did their research. And, like, that would have been a good question for Katie. You know what, I'll ask Katie right now. Katie, hey, if you ever see this, somebody send this to Katie Joy. Hey, Katie, what do you think is what you're most known for to your audience? Or do me a favor and ask your audience, because I'd be curious to know. Like, why, I don't know what I'm most known for to my audience, probably being a shithead, but but I'd be curious to know what like Katie Joy's audience believes or thinks, right? Because I actually, to be honest, if I was going to go around and criticize Katie Joy and her coverage, I would be very curious to talk to the people who do follow her and do enjoy her content, just to find out, why do you enjoy Katie Joy's content? I would say the same thing to CC Suarez. CC Suarez's fan base. Why do you enjoy her content? Like, again, this is the one video that I've watched, so I don't know if her coverage always looks like this. Maybe her coverage on other things is better than this. I hope it is. But if this is what you get all the time, why? I don't understand. But anyway, I'm gonna keep going.
And was going to sue her. And then actually did, I keep yawning, I'm sorry, it's midnight, what do you expect? And then actually did end up suing her for defamation. Now, they did settle that. That doesn't mean you won. That doesn't mean that, like, you were in the right. It doesn't mean that you did not do the defaming, that's the word I'm looking for. What that just means is that she settled. And in my opinion, I think that she settled because she, one, didn't want you to talk shit more, but then also that way she would drop the case against you, and then you would be able to work with her legal team regarding the current case that she has going on with her current business partner.
So you'll notice how we went to some accurate information into speculation into opinion. Which, if you're talking about journalistic integrity, that's not the way you present information. Again, even if this is just supposed to be a brief explanation, this is not how you say that. The way you say that is, Toddy Westbrook sued Katie Joy brought a lawsuit to Katie Joy for defamation over some statements. They proceeded to settle in court and have continued to work together. They both settled. You don't one individual settle, you have to come to an agreement together, which means that Toddy settled and Katie settled. They settled. They agreed to settle outside of court. Do we know what the terms of that settlement was? No, at least I don't. You're the one who was doing the research. You tell me. Did either of them ever release why? Because they did put out a written statement. If I recall correctly, again, this is a handful of years ago, so correct me if I'm wrong. The statement said no defamation occurred. Now, does that mean no defamation occurred? Well, you can leave things up to people's fucking opinions, and it's not like the court entirely decides that anyway. The court's not a moral authority. It's just I feel like people forget that court is for resolution. Like, that's what it's about. But, you know. Okay.
So, just because the case don't go through, baby girl, doesn't mean you didn't do the do, you know? All right. This video is not going to be as eloquent as I would like it to be. I'm so forking tired, but I have to get this video up tomorrow. Crazy. Okay.
See? I have to get this video out tomorrow because it was a sponsorship video for Valentine's Day for vibrators that she's recording the night of which she's complaining that she didn't get a good enough response from Katie the day of. Very professional. Wow. Does nobody else notice this shit? Is this just me? And then the video didn't even end up coming out until February 16th? What the fuck? Okay, go.
So Katie Joy, per usual, in my opinion, is being the perpetual victim. And she has this idea, this just false perception that people that don't like her must be involved in like this like cult that she calls it, that is head up by this guy, Steve McRae.
Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna read the screenshot real quick that she's scrolling through. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh my god, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Steve McRae is suing me for defamation. Let's do this. My countersuit with damages is ready to go. That's a thing that happened years ago at this point, and he never sued her. He served her and then dropped the ball, probably on his foot. Discovery is going to be amazing. This means we can subpoena all social media accounts. We can truly find out what was done behind the scenes to damage my reputation. I think... Bitch. I think we will countersue for about $500,000 in damages. Maybe more. God. Hate that shit. Okay, so yeah, that's a thing that happened. He sued her. He served her with hip pocket service, ran a GoFundMe, took the money from the GoFundMe, and then never followed through with a suit, so it got dismissed with prejudice, and her countersuit went away. And the reason it went away because you can't countersue something you're not being sued for, right? That's not how that works. So interesting that these don't. Where's the date? No date on these screenshots. When are these from? They've gotta be from like 2019, right? Maybe 2020 at the latest? Oh no, they're not that old. No. 2021. 2021. This is 7 minutes ago. Alright.
Steve McRae. I have talked to Steve McRae like once or twice. I personally think he hyperfixates on her too much and just needs to drop it and move on. Honestly, it's like, buddy, it's over. Please move on. I also do think that when people have an entire channel about one person, move on. That's harassment. Like, what are you doing? That's weird. And again, move on, get it together. Not to silence anyone.
Why is that harassment? Why is having a channel dedicated to one thing or one individual harassment? We'll come back to this question later, though. I agree. I think that it's silly. I don't agree that it's harassment. Sorry, I'm putting that to the side. I agree that Steve fixates on Katie Joy, and he has for a long time. I also agree that there's a little bit of a fixation on Ronell's side as well. They both have channels that ostensibly at this point are dedicated to Katie Joy. And they're not the only ones. There's a good number. Supernatural Crimes with Nikki is another example, etc., etc. All of these videos or these content creators that you would have had to watch if you wanted to do a video about Charla and Katie Joy. That would be the other creators that you mentioned in your email.
Obviously, but there's just got to be something better that you can be doing with your time. And that's not to say like, okay, if you post a lot of videos about someone, but in regards to your channel, like let's look at the big picture as in regards to all of your content, what percentage of that content is about this person, right? Like I bet some people could be like, oh, you made this many videos about Jessie Lee Ward. And it's like, well, yeah, but less than 10% of my videos on my channel are about her. So I post a lot of videos or had posted a lot of videos. I do still. So there's Katie Joy,
So, if I understand what CC is saying, is that if you post a lot of videos, it's harassment unless you post enough videos of other things. Then it's not harassment. No. Absolutely not. That's not what harassment is. And that's not how that works. Harassment is about context. You could make one video and it could be harassment. It depends on the context. Right? What's in the video? How are you approaching it? What are you saying? What's your behavior like? What behavior are you trying to elicit from your followers, for example? That is what dictates whether or not something is harassment. But as we're going to find out, CC's grasp on context of this situation is almost non-existent.
menace to my life, the hemorrhoid of the internet, basically.
Katie, you made one video about Katie and she became the menace to your... She's the menace of the internet. She's the menace to your life. Why? What the fuck did Katie do to you? Didn't answer your email nice enough? What the fuck? What? Huh? Menace to your life. Maybe it's not Steve that is fixating on Katie. Maybe it's also you, if that's actually your stance on the matter. That's kind of silly, right? Come on.
And then there is Steve McRae, someone that they just go back and forth and hate each other. And then there's this girl, Ronell Smith, who, again, like I said, basically her entire channel, almost the majority of her videos are of Katie Joy and just ripping her a new one, which, I mean, do your thing, I guess. And then there is Down the Rabbit Hole.
I have a question. If you believe that making content about somebody is harassment, if the amount of content you make is above an arbitrary number, and that the percentage of the video is above, percentage of those videos is above an arbitrary number, why are you telling Ronell that it's okay to harass Katie Joy? You said maybe let it go, but then you turned around and said, okay, well, just do your thing, I guess. So why are you dismissing the harassment that you just accused Ronell of doing? Is it because it's okay because it's Katie Joy?
At bedtime, who is another person named Katie. We're just going to refer to her as Down the Rabbit Hole at bedtime. And I'm actually going to speed this part up, so stay focused. Now, there's this lady named Charla. She apparently is an ex-cult member of the cult IBLP. That's the one that the Duggars are in, and the one that the girl-defined family, that cult, grew up in as well. Now, with Charla, she apparently liked I'm saying apparently because this is how I understand the story to be true. I'm not stating it as a fact. I'm just saying this is my understanding of the entire situation. Now, Charla liked Katie Joy's content, and then I guess Katie Joy blocked her. So then she joins the I Got Blocked by Katie Joy Facebook group or something like that on some aspect or part of social media. And then from there, she, I guess, became like a moderator of that group. And then I guess was like blocking people and throwing people out of the group and like throwing fits or tantrums. I do not know, just causing a lot of problems. And so then finally she was kicked out of that group. And then from there.
So you don't know what she did, and you don't know the situation. This is how you understand it based on your research. But you do know that she was causing problems. Okay. I just realized something. Oh, fuck. I'm not happy. I'm not happy I just made that realization. Hey, oldies. Hey, oldies. People who are from, like, the GDC days. The great debate community days. Didn't the beef between Nate Brody and Steve happen because Steve got in an argument with Nate and Steve got mad and kicked Nate? You like used his abused his power and kicked Nate Brody out of the group? Isn't that where a lot of that beef started from? And then like Steve let Nate back into the group and was like, "Oh, sorry, blah blah blah. I got upset." Isn't that where a lot of that fucking started from? So does that mean that Steve is treating Charla like he's the fucking McCrazies? Is it? Fuck! Fuck shit ass. Huh. Steve is behaving towards Charla the way the ex-GDC people, like, just never forgave Steve and never fucking got over the fact that he kicked fucking... I mean, I know that their beef is, like, more complicated than that, and they have more issues with him than just that, but I seem to recall that being a major sticking point of him, like, abusing his power and abusing his authority in their direction, right? Huh. If somebody could confirm that for me, would love to hear from that. You recall that happening? That happened? Huh. What an interesting parallel I seem to have accidentally stumbled upon. Sorry, what was this? I'm sorry, Cece. What were you saying? Oh, right. You were making generalized accusations about a situation you're claiming you don't understand after you described that you had professional industry standards, research, and journalistic integrity. Got it.
It seems like she went back to Katie Joy and people were like talking about it and speculating that like Katie sent.
It seems like she went back to Katie Joy. Based on what? Where? This is a whole lot of fast talking bullshit. Did you speed this up because you didn't think anyone was gonna listen? Who told you that Charla went back to Katie Joy? Was it Katie Joy? Because you didn't ask that question in your email. Was it Renell or Down the Rabbit Hole at Bedtime? Or Steve? Since those are the three you said you've spoken to? Or are aware of? Talked about? Well, go on.
This girl in there. I don't think she did that. I think that the lady just got out of a cult possibly and has maybe a few screws loose or maybe is not okay and needs to go to therapy instead of diving into these different groups. But
why do you think that? Did you talk to Charla? What gave you that impression? Again, this is part of the problem with this type of content. If you wanted to make a pissy video because you didn't like that you sent Katie Joy a bullshit email and she did a video where she called you an asshole for it on her Instagram or whatever, why are you making it about Charla? Why are you crossing the streams? What did Katie lie about? Where's the lie that we're supposed to be talking about? You've gone on a whole different tangent. This video is supposed to be about Katie Joy without a crystal ball is lying about me. We're 10 minutes into the video. We haven't gotten to anything that Katie's even said yet. And what the fuck does any of that have to do with Charla? You said you didn't agree that it was true that Katie sent Charla to go take over their group or whatever, right? So then why are you bringing it up? And based on what? Again, this is just like a preamble with no anything showing. So where's that integrity? Again, I'm stuck in a loop of this journalistic integrity and research and reaching out to people that she allegedly does. And then complains that Katie calls herself a journalist.
Okay. And then from there, that lady started calling, harassing, texting, emailing, just going, I guess, to a few creators, and then also had like temporary restraining orders, TROs, injunctions, whatever your jurisdiction.
Charla has harassed creators? Where? Based on what? And going crazy based on what? Again, like I said, the reason why I'm pointing this out, and like, or at least one of the reasons why I'm like a little maybe less charitable of somebody who doesn't understand or know the situation. This video came out on February 16th. She recorded it on February 13th. You wanted to look up stuff about Charla and this group of creators and Katie Joy. It shouldn't be that hard to watch a handful of fucking videos from the creators, right? To find out what they're saying, or if any of what they're saying is true, instead of just arbitrarily repeating it because you fucked up your sponsor and needed to throw something together at the last minute. CC says a lot of words for someone with nothing relevant to say. Right? This isn't even like a good timeline of the things that happened because she's saying, well, I don't think that's true, and I don't think that's true, but here's what happened, and here's my opinion about the thing I don't know anything about. Okay. See?
Calls them, had those filed like on these people. It's very strange. And it's also like, okay, if they have a TRO against you and you're like never around them or like don't talk to them anyways, oh well, like I don't want to be dismissive and be like, who cares, move on. But it's like, is this person who lives across the world from you, like, does that really affect you? I don't know. Maybe there's like
they don't live across the world from her. They made a bunch of content about her, harassing her, and so she got TROs and restraining orders on them because they were blasting her personal number in Discord, telling people to contact her, and her phone was blowing up. And they reached out to her estranged stepchild and got them on a stream and got them on a call to fucking try to frame her in California court. All of this information was publicly available by February 16th. And anything that you didn't know is stuff that you could have found out pretty easily. It shouldn't have been that hard for somebody with, you know, your level of integrity and your level of resources that you seem to think you have. It's funny how Cece is very quick to judge somebody based on a situation she doesn't understand. Because that's what's happening here. When you say something is strange, or like that's kind of weird, or it's out of the ordinary, then that's a reason to look into it further to find out more about what's going on or see what is happening so you can assess the scenario to be like, well, why? For example, when you do journalism, and when you're taught anything about news, they generally tell you that you have a couple of questions that you want to try and answer in your articles, right? It's who, what, when, where, why, and how. How was Charla being harassed? How was Charla harassing other creators? How is Katie Joy involved? So who being the company? Katie, Charla, Steve, Aaron, Renell, Rabbit, Veda. Did I fucking miss anybody? Nikki. Fucking, did they say Aaron already? Whatever. Whoever. Right? I think there was like the Cactus Bill account. I'm pretty sure there was another one called like, I don't know, Kathy something? Not Kathy P. Another one. I forget. The Mutton lady. Southern Mutton? Yeah, that one. Country Girl Brenda was another one. And like I can understand if like you missed one or two of these accounts, because there's a lot of them, and some of them made the wise decision to not get themselves sued. But anyway,
I don't know, maybe there's like other aspects with it I'm not understanding, but
2 teen burgers for 2 teens.
Correct.
Enjoy.
There are a lot of other aspects about this that you're not understanding, which is why you probably should have done your fucking research first. Why are you wasting everybody's time trying to describe a situation you don't grasp and don't understand?
had been being threatened by this lady. Apparently it was being like, is this person who lives across the world from you? Like, does that really affect you? I don't know. Maybe there's like, I don't know. Maybe there's like other aspects with it I'm not understanding, but down a rabbit hole person, she had been being threatened by this lady. Apparently was being sent emails and texts and WhatsApp or whatever from her. Katie Joy has been talking about this creator, the down a rabbit hole at midnight at bedtime. I'm very sorry. I'm very tired. It is midnight right now. That person is like terrified and has been doxxed, and then in turn took down her YouTube page. I don't necessarily think that would have been
Yeah, she wasn't doxxed.
doxing, especially since it said her name on the GoFundMe page, I would have thought. So either way, that can be scary. I understand that, especially with like the work that apparently her like family and her husband and whatever do. It is something that is like a little bit more dangerous. So, and they have children. People are crazy. You get it. And especially when it is someone who does have a bigger following like Katie Joy, right? So there's that.
So it's fine for Rabbit to be scared and want to do something about it. And Rabbit does have a following, although it's not nearly as large as Katie Joy's. But if Charla does it, oh, she should just let it go. She should ignore it and it'll go away. Shouldn't be scary for her, right? As somebody with 0 following, as opposed to like 7 different creators totaling a total, like having a total subscriber count number on YouTube alone, let alone cross counts that breaks 75,000, which is larger than the town that that Charla lives in. How do I know that? I went there and saw how big the town was. You could walk all the way across the town in like 20 minutes.
That I'm not accusing Katie Joy of anything. I'm just laying out this little base for you. So Katie Joy has since said,
Stop trying to lay out a base of a situation you don't fucking understand, you lazy bitch.
or rather insinuated or made it seem, painted the whole narrative that all of these people are in cahoots together and they all are like in the cult of like Steve McRae, blah, blah, blah. So I emailed her and I wanted to see like, okay, is there even like anything here like for me to do a video on? Because I was still a little bit on the fence, so wasn't quite sure like what I was going to be doing there. However, here's the email that I sent to her. It says, "Good morning, Catherine. I am working on a video."
What do you mean you weren't sure if you were gonna do the video that you sent to her that morning about the video you were gonna do? What do you mean you were on the fence? Does CC Suarez, does the CC stand for contradictory? Or C and C, there's 2 C's in there. There's a lot of just information. She'll say one thing and then say something else. It's like, okay, I'm back to my levels of thinking, right? And again, this isn't a way to judge an individual in a whole, it's a way to judge a situation. This is level 1. Level 0 is you're not considering at all, you're just... Level 1 is you're saying what you think sounds good at the time. I would call this shallow, but shallow still implies that it's under the surface. And this is not even like skimming the top of like cohesive or any type of critical or like critical thought or even like it's not even well presented information. It's just like a string of blah, 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 but maybe this and maybe that, and that's, I don't agree with that, or I don't know about that, and I don't know, but if you don't know and you're not willing to put the work in to find out when this is a situation that involves lawsuits and you're aware that it involves lawsuits, and harassment, and you in fact agree that at least Katie Joy is being harassed by, at minimum, Renelle, and you're just like, yeah, but you do you. Go ahead and keep harassing this person. What integrity do you have? No? Absolutely not.
Video regarding a current situation between you, an individual named Charlotte.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna skip past her very not professional email. In fact, I would call it an antagonistic email.
It's editing Chelsea here, so I just wanted to pop in real quick as I'm doing edits requested by my sponsor on this video before I put it up. Last night, Valentine's Day night, Wednesday, February 14th. That's Valentine's Day. I know how a calendar works. I would say allegedly, but it's not allegedly. Katie Joy was in the live chat of a live stream that a creator by the name of Kathy P something. I'll have it on the screen right now. But she went into her live chat. The lady
Hi, Kathy.
He was talking about Katie Joy, this whole situation, all that. And Katie Joy went in there and was saying things such as, they, meaning people that don't like her, I guess, are already going to have CC Suarez, I don't know who that is, that ain't my pseudonym, do a hit piece on me and make them look like victims. And then she went further and said, yep, she is going to make Renelle and Katie look like victims of me. For someone without a crystal ball, you're really attempting to predict the future.
But you did that. And you made it clear that that's what you were doing in your email. We're 13 minutes in this video and all you've done is shit talk Katie Joy and prop up Renelle. And grab it. And Steve, kind of. And shit on Charla. So, you're mad because Katie was right? And you did exactly what she predicted you were going to do? But you're just pretending you didn't? Huh?
And then she went further and said she absolutely hates me and is totally on their side. I'm not on anyone's side. I'm really just giving my opinion and presenting information. And I don't hate her. I dislike her.
But you're not. You're not presenting information. You're presenting a string of a situation that you claim you don't know and don't understand, after claiming you researched it with journalistic integrity and reached out to the people that you thought were relevant to reach out to. And then giving your opinion about a situation you said you don't know or understand. Later on in this video, she's going to start talking about how much she doesn't care about it. So Katie's right. And then you're gonna use the excuse that you're splitting hairs about, oh, well, you know, I don't hate her, I just dislike her, and make videos and send her antagonistic emails. Listen, I don't hate Katie Joy either, but I'm not gonna split hairs on it. Come on. It doesn't mean Katie Joy lied. Where's the lie that Katie Joy, by the way, had said? Because this is like post-initial editing. So like she put her video together, it went out to the sponsor then said, hey, we want edits, make edits, and we're 13 minutes in and we still haven't gotten to the point where what she's complaining that Katie Joy lied about. And this was added in after that.
Her and her content and think that she lacks journalistic integrity as a whole, and her content's lazy. I've always said that. And then she
Hey, I got a mirror over there. You need to borrow it? You need to borrow my mirror? It's you! You're complaining, Joy, that Katie Joy is doing the thing that you do. Adorable. Ugh. Okay, yeah, anyway.
She went further and said she has been terrible to me. I've never been terrible to her. I mean, you could argue and say, yes, Chelsea, that like not nice opinions you have of her are terrible, but okay, whatever. That's your opinion. And I'm entitled to my opinion. And then she said she's nasty to me in emails. By this point in the video, y'all have already seen the email that I sent her, but let me just go ahead and pop up the previous emails and the email exchange that we had in August of 2022 when I put up another.
This is the big lie that Katie Joy made. So you're allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to have their opinions, but Katie Joy, if she has an opinion that you disagree with about you, it's a lie. Are you serious? Alright, well, let's read this one. My first email to Katie Joy in 2022. Good evening. I'd like to give you the respect in letting you know I am working on a video in regards to some of the controversies you have been involved in during your time on YouTube. The following are some of the topics I will be discussing. Doxing, harassing, and threatening other creators. What a start. When another creator calls out your behavior, your response typically involves digging into their tax information, past behavior, or even their private family members' lives. Claiming to have sources close to the topic you're covering that may not be legitimate in order to legitimize the information you're presenting. Repeatedly copyright strike / copyright claim other creators' content regardless of the Fair Use Act. The claims you made regarding Tati Westbrook's husbands during the Shane Dawson investigation, in quotes, directing people to the LA Sheriff's Office and speak to a deputy / detective who hadn't worked for the Sheriff's Office for years. Claims that you have weaponized your following against other creators. Speculation that you are the individual behind a YouTube channel by the name of Nonsense using a voice-changing filter. So wait a minute. The claims that Nonsense, right? That Nonsense was Katie Joy came from Steve, right? Came from Steve and Aaron. Does anybody in the chat, do any of you guys know who, like, initiated that? Like, who the first person to say that was? I know Ranelle made that accusation as well. If you would like to give a statement on any of these topics, I would be happy to add it to my video. There is no obligation to respond if you don't find it necessary. I will not be stating anything as a fact if it cannot be backed up with hard proof / evidence and will remain professional and assertive. That assertive thing again. What the fuck is going on with that? I am purely reaching out as a courtesy. This is literally let me throw shade at you and then fucking pat you and then act like I'm doing you a fucking favor. If you got this type of email, whether you believe you did it or not, right? Like I'm sure that Katie would deny having done any of these things, right? So whether or not Katie believes that that's true or not is not really relevant. But if you believe you didn't do these things, or wanted to present yourself as if you didn't do these things, how would you respond to this type of very professional journalistic inquiry? and request, what did she call it? A request for statement? There's no request for statement in this email. It's like, hey, I'm just, being a nice guy and letting you know that I'm about to make a video shitting on you. Do you want to, like, answer any of the things I'm about to shit on you for so I can use it in my video to shit on you more? Sorry, not even. If you would like to give a statement on any of these topics so I can use them in my video. Period. Again, she's just acting like it's fucking, like she's doing her a favor, and it's like, excuse me? The audacity? And no wonder Katie thinks that you hate her and are, what's the word I'm looking for? Nasty, she said? That she's terrible and she's been terrible and nasty to me? Yeah, this is a nasty thing to do to somebody. There's no, what is it? What's the word? There's no date on this. There's no time frame of like, hey, I'm putting together a video. This very much reads of, I've already made my decisions about you, but if you want to give me some content, I'll be happy to put it in the video so I can say that you're lying down the line, with no indication of, like, if you could respond within the next couple of hours, or if you could respond by this date. There's no time to prepare. This is not the way a professional tries to have a conversation, right? The way a professional approaches a contentious individual, right, would be to say, hey, I'm looking into some controversies and your name has come up. Would you be interested in answering some of my questions about your involvement? That's what you... Assertively yours. Some asshole. Like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this shit? This is such a shit, like, yeah, no, like, her opinion of you makes sense. It's not a lie. It's not starting shit. It's that Katie Joy has a shitty opinion of you because you've been shitty to her in emails that are very not professional. I don't know why you think this is professional. If I had to turn this in for, like, an assignment, for, like, hey, you're in college, write up how you would approach somebody and what kind of like dry email you would send, like a cold call, and I submitted this. Oh, I fucking just drop out. just give up on the course. You're not getting anywhere. All right, we've been live for over an hour. We're about an hour and a half. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then we'll get back to her describing this whatever's going on. I don't fucking know. Very professional, much wow. Okay, hi, I'm back. Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I intended. We're listening to the Heartbound soundtrack, by the way, from Pirate Software, if anybody's curious. Oh my god. Stop. There's no winning. There's no winning for me, okay? I don't have an ad blocker on this shit. Alright. You know what I've realized? My camera is mirrored. I didn't realize. I realized that partway through. Okay, Manya sent me something, and I want to know what it was. So I'm gonna look at that real quick. I'm gonna see what the fuck she sent me. What she distracted me with. What is it, Manya? What do you got? Oh, good lord. Okay, so I see. So apparently this email tactic of trying to pretend that she's a professional and trying to say that she's like, imply that she's professional or unbiased by sending people emails, is not something new for her, it seems. For Cece, poor old Cece over here. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Nope, that's the wrong thing. There we go. I'll pull it up for you guys real quick. No head bonker, but at least I don't pretend I'm a professional. You know what I mean? Like, just be who you are. You don't need to, like, bullshit around, right? Like, come on. Who are you kidding? Here we go. So this was on Twitter. Boink. As you can see, this is Dustin saying, I thought so as well. Now she, meaning Cece, is trying to DM me, laughing emoji, like, darling, I have no interest. You have no interest, but you're still going on about it. That's fine. Shrug. I've literally never had an issue with y'all, and anyone who knows me knows I'm not passive. I'm assertive. What is this? What is this, like, weird fixation about being allegedly assertive? Okay, here's the thing. If you have to tell everybody over and over again that you're assertive, guys, I'm really assertive, okay? You're probably not. When you are something, you don't usually have to announce over and over again that that's the way you are, right? So it likely if somebody's announcing that they are a certain way or have this certain trait, then they probably don't. Because when you have it, it's passive, right? That's the point. Anyway, I've literally never had any issue with blah blah blah. I have no reason to be like that. Believe what y'all want. I wish you the best. Save it, girly pop. I don't care. Dustin, I don't care who y'all make videos about. I genuinely don't have any issues with y'all. And it's weird that you're making what is clearly a joke about scammers somehow into drama about you. I saw her fucking emails to Katie Joy that she presented. If you go by those emails, she is absolutely passive-aggressive. This whole video that we've watched so far is her being passive-aggressive, condescending, eye-rolly, like, yeah, but, and then, like, changing her voice to this sarcastic down-talk. Right? Like, it's not... The person says they're not interested and she doesn't leave them alone. That's why she describes harassment as something that has to be a certain percentage. So she can harass people, but as long as no singular one is too much of whatever arbitrary percentage or number she's decided is reasonable, then she's in the clear to be like, yeah, but I'm not harassing anybody because I didn't make enough videos about this one person for it to be... That's not how harassment works. Ugh. The announcing. Yeah, Bonnie sent me the link to the tweet, so I'll pull that up real quick as well, so you guys... Oh, what is this? Nothing. Okay. Nothing! It's fucking nothing! Yeah. She's DMing me. It doesn't show properly because I'm not logged in on over here, and Twitter is a crapshoot anyway. I can pull it up another time if we want to look at it more on Friday, but passive aggressive and condescending. Yeah, yes. Yeah, this whole video is passive aggressive, condescending, and lazy. And dishonest. I'm gonna go ahead and throw out that she's dishonest. But we'll get a little. Let's justify that a little bit more as we go on.
Another video about her. None of these are nasty. None of them are unprofessional. All of them are quite professional, and I am always like that in email.
They are unprofessional. They are nasty. They are passive aggressive. I mean, nasty is a kind of a vague term that's like a very subjective. It's not like it's a technical term. Nasty is just subjective to who you're talking to. So I would say, instead of using the word nasty, I would say they're passive aggressive. But you could say that being passive aggressive is being nasty, therefore it doesn't really matter. So these ones say, let's see. This is why I like saved them before, right? Because this is like unreasonable. Oh, is this the one I didn't grab? Fuck. Okay, here we go again. Look at how professional I am. Not gathering my screenshots ahead of time. Womp womp. Womp womp. So I was watching this in the Discord and somebody sent me this. No. There we go. Athens sent this image in the Discord and just said, this is what Chesh looks like watching this video. It's not wrong, though. Oh, the memes abound, though. Here it is. I got it. I knew I had a screenshot of it. I grabbed it so that way we would make life easier, because you can't. I need to elaborate on this concept of people trying, like, people who go after low-hanging fruit. There you go. Let's get rid of that. Alright, here you go. Boom. There they all are. Okay, she replied back 3 times back to back. Sure, whatever. Okay. So I'll read these out. Restatement regarding without a crystal ball. Katie Polson to Chelsea Suarez. Hello, Chelsea. Please do not use this in a video. I have a lawyer and I will be forwarding your email to them due to the fact that you are sending me information that is false. I know you are receiving information from people that we are seeking discovery from in multiple lawsuits. We have requested, again, this is August 2022. We have requested discovery related to multiple people and will be subpoenaing them. We might need your records because the information you are providing to me is false. I have no interest in being exposed for the 1000th time over false allegations, which all of the claims you are presenting are false. I can name off the top of my head the people you are speaking to, which many of them have already received letters to not destroy evidence for my pending defamation lawsuit against a convicted felon. I have not struck anyone's channels falsely ever. The deputy you claim didn't work for the sheriff's office, in fact worked for the SVU unit and is easily fact-checked. It seems you have been given false info, which again, I am copying my attorney to. We will likely be sending you a letter to not destroy evidence, and if need be, will be needing any communication you have, Dr. Seuss book, you have with these people for our active defamation lawsuit against a reality star. Thank you. Graham is the lawyer. Copied for your information, please send Miss Suarez a letter to not destroy evidence for the Chrisley case and pending litigation in other cases. Katie. She responds again. So this was at 9:18, 9:20, and 9:22 respectively. Also, I do have verified sources, and I'm not nonsense creator. Saying she's not nonsense. If you claimed I was, that is defamation. If you are going to do a hit piece, at least verify what you're digging into. Fair. Last one says, no, once more, Taddy Westbrook's lawsuit is settled, and there was a joint statement that no defamation occurred. Again, easily fact-checked. So, honestly, I think Katie probably should have just stuck with the first one and then left it at that, but, you know, it looks like she took the bait a little bit, but who am I to say? These two are both 3 times multiples larger than I am. Clearly they're doing something right, allegedly. So, fun fact, if you look at this email and the timing of it, August 6th, 2022. You'll notice in here Katie mentions the Chrisley case and pending litigation in other cases, and the screenshots that Katie put for, or that CC Suarez showed of Katie on Twitter were talking about Steve. If anybody remembers, Steve was saying he was going to sue Katie Joy, and that came out, this was on August, what did I say, August 6th? You guys remember when Steve's lawsuit got dismissed with prejudice because he didn't file that he took money from people? You remember that? When do you think that rolled over? Huh. Funny that. Want me to pull up the exact date? Thanks, Smitty. Thanks. I appreciate that. I've said a number of times, numbers are bullshit. They're an illusion. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. I think I'll get copyright struck for that. Probably not. It's probably fine. Sorry, it's gotta load. Let's see. Steve's shitty GoFundMe. I made that video. I believe I released that video. I should say, not made it. I believe I released it like the day after it was expired.
I'm a therapist who goes to therapy.
Shut up. August 29th, the end of August. So, Cece's email to Katie was just before Steve would have been out of time to file. So when Katie is talking about other pending lawsuits, that's what probably one of the ones she's referring to. She's also probably referring to like, I know where you're getting your information, and it's Steve. It's likely Steve. So we know, at least as of 2022, Cece knew who Steve was.
Email communication when it comes to my process for making videos. This woman is a lunatic, in my opinion. And then she said, we don't compete, which is absolutely hilarious. So this is just a great example of how Katie Joy is a complete lunatic.
For fuck's sakes. Cece responded, well, I do appreciate your quick response, Katie. I am assuming you didn't actually read my previous email in its entirety. I never stated any of the topics I listed above were true. I even said at the end of the email that I would not be stating anything as a fact that was not proven to be so. Right, which means you're planning on stating things that you believe are stated to be so, but Katie is telling you that none of the things you presented were true at all. And she said, please don't put this in a video. It's not true. Now, whether or not I agree or believe that Katie Joy is correct about that is irrelevant to the conversation we're having. The conversation we're having is about journalistic integrity and journalism and whether or not Cece comes off as a bitch in her emails. I even said blah 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 blah. I was looking for simply a statement regarding these claims. To my knowledge, not when you've already made the video. To my knowledge, I have not been in contact with any reality star or anyone you have been involved with in a legal matter. Okay, but talk to the lawyer then. I am under no legal obligation to refrain from including this correspondence in a video. By all means, feel free to have any letter or legal threats sent over, kindly and assertively. So, remember when I earlier said that Cece might have misspoke when she described her process of when she makes a video? She says, oh, when I decide I'm going to talk about a topic, I make a video, then I do my research. That's what she's describing she's doing. She's made her video, she's come to her conclusion, she tertiarily reaches out to people so she can pretend she's done more work or has more integrity than she does, or that her video and presentation has more legitimacy than it actually does. And then uses that to stir up drama with other creators by bullshitting about them. Assertive. Very assertive. One other thing that did I say earlier that screenshot from Katie Joy came from 2020? Sorry, it should have been 2022. I feel like since the court stuff started, I feel like I've completely lost sense of time. One thing that I did notice, and I would love it if you guys at home tried this. Search Cece Suarez on YouTube, like just in the YouTube search bar. I searched her name. It took me like scrolling to find one person who's somebody with like 4K subs that looked like they were even being critical of her. That is bizarre. That is strange. I have never seen somebody with 140K subscribers. Like I've never seen anybody who's breaking like 10K subscribers who doesn't have at least one person or one video that has their name in it that is some kind of negative opinion. Like, especially for somebody who, what Cece says is a competitor to Katie, or whatever, about covering the same kind of stuff that she mentioned. Somebody who covers things like MLMs and cults would not have people who are, those cult members making content against you. That's usually what happens when you go against, like tribes, right? So it's just bizarre to me that it took me so long. I also found it really weird. I found a handful of playlists that were all titled something along the lines of, like, Cece Suarez Fails or something, and it was just a playlist of Cece's videos, but they were all posted by different accounts, which was strange. I don't know what the fuck that was about, but this is just some weird stuff I came across while I was like poking around. Because you know what I didn't do? Research. I watched her video, I looked at it, compared it to what she's saying in her own video, and compared it to the knowledge and the information that I already have access to, and then looked some stuff up to verify some things. That's what I'm doing. It's not research. Research is so much more involved and implies a whole bunch of fucking involves more than I Googled it. You know what I mean?
Lunatic. She's lying about me being nasty to her in emails. You could say
No,
that,
not.
oh, well, that's her opinion. That's how she interpreted it. Well, she interpreted it wrong. And
yeah, so your opinion is allowed to be fine and nobody can say anything, but if it's Katie's opinion, it's interpreted wrong. So how come your interpretation about Katie's interpretation can't be wrong? No? Katie's lying? Again, I would like to point out, this is the first thing that she had retroactively added into the video to say that Katie Joy is lying to me. Fuck me, dude.
no, that she's wrong. I was nothing but professional. And I don't know if she has a guilty conscience. I don't
No, you weren't professional. You were passive aggressive and shitty. Chat, what do you think? Do you agree with me? Do you think she was passive aggressive and shitty? I think she was passive aggressive and shitty. You want to call that nasty? Sure, whatever. It's splitting hairs.
I don't know if she's just super sensitive. I don't know if she's just a complete lunatic.
I keep having to pause just to read what's on her screen. As you can see, we are repeating history here, and once again, Katie Joy, in my opinion, is attempting to rewrite history. Why lie about that and play the victim when I can clearly just show the emails? The emails don't make you look good! Why do you think these emails make you look good? Like, what is this? Is this just a bias against Katie Joy? Like, is it just, like, Katie Joy's shitty and it's easy to shit on Katie Joy, so therefore you can say whatever you want? Like, what is this? This shows, to my understanding at least, that Katie Joy, without a crystal ball, is not a reliable narrator. Did a 10th grader write this? Okay. Hear me out. There are reasons to believe that Katie Joy is not a reliable narrator, and I will point out an example when we get to one that is in this video. That Cece doesn't point out. However, having a difference of opinion, you believe what you put out was professional. I don't think it was. I'm sure other people can have their own interpretations of your email. But to make that the reason, and that, like, it's very self-centered and self-reliant of, like, this smells of a setup. Like, I was shitty and passive-aggressive to you, but I'm gonna present it as if I was professional and had integrity, so when you respond to me negatively, I can then use that to show that you're a non-reliable narrator, as if there aren't other ways you could do that. Is lazy, I guess, is maybe a word. And you're using the word lunatic a lot. Like, none of this is unusual. Also, by the way, she didn't threaten you. She didn't threaten you with legal action. That's not what was in that. Did you read the email? Because you accused Katie of not reading the email. Did you read her email? Fun PSA. If she says, I'm forwarding this to my lawyer because the information in here is untrue, so we can send you a request to retain any communications that you've had with people I'm in litigation with, because I believe that's where you got that information from, that's not legal action against you. That's you having to retain because of other litigation. That's not a legal threat. That's not a threat of legal action. Would she take legal action against you in the future? Maybe, but that's not what that email said, so. Reading is hard.
Can't read, can't comprehend.
Ooh, petulant is a good word. Ooh, spicy.
Is guilty conscious. I don't know if she's just super sensitive. I don't know if she's just a complete lunatic. Can't read, can't comprehend. I have no idea. This woman needs to go touch grass and wash her butt. All right, now back to the video. 4:58 p.m. Eastern. I did do a live stream on the YouTubes when I was cooking dinner and my baby was squawking behind me. I did kind of let it rip about Katie Joy. But again, it's not unpopular opinions, and I do think it's quite interesting, and I even made
she's going to bring up fallacies later, but I'm just going to point out real quick. The ad populum fallacy is a fallacy. So just because it's a popular opinion does not mean it's correct. She'd probably have a better excuse than that. And also, she accused you of hating her and coming at her. Then you said you didn't, and then you said you did. But it was okay. But now you're justifying it. You want to pick a lane and stick in it? Because you know what this is? Dishonest. It's spin. It's, I did this thing, but it's okay. It's, I didn't do this thing, but I did this thing, but it's actually okay that I did this thing.
at this point, and I just wanted to get it all out there. It wasn't all of it. It was just a few opinions. But I even said, like, what's amazing.
I just wanted to get it out there, but then I didn't actually get it out there. And it was actually opinions. So what were you doing? Were you giving information out about Katie Joy, or were you not? Were you ripping into her, or were you just giving some, like, general opinions? You're all over the map. Do you not remember? Could you not check your own video to see what you had said?
amazing to me is that James Charles, a self-admitted predator and groomer of 16-year-old boys, he has colleagues. He has, I mean, questionably, but he has people in his industry that work alongside him and that like respect him. Again, I don't know why, but it seems like Katie Joy does not. So that's
Why would that be a point against Katie Joy? That's this is a complete non sequitur. When your facts are incongruent. Those, not only is that a non sequitur, but also that wouldn't be a point against Katie anyway. If you left out the James Charles thing, then maybe you would have a point of being like, yeah, Katie has a hard time working with other creators. Here's some examples, and you'll notice, and if you wanted to say, hey, there's a pattern to this, then you would have something to work with. And yeah, it's a false dichotomy, if this then that, right? And these are the only two options.
It's quite interesting, and I just think that's like such a telltale sign. Like that in itself is a red flag to me. And you could be like, oh well, she's not like a huge creator. She is a pretty good size. She is pretty well known. Most people just know her as the one who got sued by Tati, just because that was like the biggest thing. Anyways, so
have you noticed we've gone in a circle? We've looped back to Tati Westbrook.
So there's that. In August of 2022, when I did email her and ask her for a statement, she accused me of like colluding and being in cahoots and like working.
That's not what she said. Look, I've still got the email pulled up. It's right here. That's not what it says. It doesn't say colluding. It doesn't say working with. It doesn't say any of those things. It says, I think I know I can name off the people you got this information from. So we want to retain your communications with those people that I'm in litigation with. That's what it says. So who's fucking lying now? Listen, if you want to go after Katie Joy and think that she's like this, what did you say she was? Malignant? No, that's too big of a word for you. Menace, I think is what you said. You said she's a menace of the internet and a menace of your life. Then you shouldn't need to bullshit. You shouldn't need to lie about the thing she's saying and go reach so far out of your way to misrepresent what she's saying to demonstrate your point. It should be easy. If she's that bad, it shouldn't be that hard. I did it. I made negative content about Katie Joy where I criticized her. I didn't have a problem. I didn't have these issues. I didn't have to lie. I didn't have to make shit up. Most of that content is unlisted now. Why? Because I got sick of people like you and people like The Company fucking taking my content and fucking twisting it and misrepresenting it into oblivion, and then they just started stealing it and trying to redistribute it on a fucking Google Drive. Right, her lawyers might want what information those sources have. Right, like, there's nothing inherently malicious about them wanting that information. I got one of those emails from her lawyer, and I wrote a goofy parody song about it. And then did that, and it was funny, and it was a good time, because I didn't have anything. I'm like, I still have all of the communications, so if I get something, I'm still gonna be able to provide it. If Katie Joy comes to me and is like, I need all your communications with Steve about Katie, I'm just gonna be like, here's all the communications I've ever had with Steve, because I'm not gonna fucking sort through it all. I don't fucking know. Because why wouldn't I? A lawyer comes to me about serious lawyer shit, I take it seriously. That's how I ended up in court in Kansas about Charla. I tend to forget about that parody song too. I should do another one day.
With Todd Chrisley and like felons and like ex-cons and like all this shit. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't talk to Todd Chrisley. I never have. What?
If you were the way you said that, it's a weird tonal shift. Also, you should. if you are doing a video exposing Katie Joy, you should be aware of Todd Chrisley and aware of these things. And if you did what you said you did, which was, hold on, let me read right here. Reaching out and sending emails to people involved, very professional emails, to people involved to get information as part of your research for your videos, then you ought to have reached out to Todd Chrisley and potentially Steve in 2022. Those would have been the two main people to probably reach out to because they were the two people that were in litigation with the subject of your video. It makes sense for Katie to think you had been in contact with those people because the way you present yourself, even at the beginning of this video, is that you should have been expected to have done so. Are people stupid? Like, does she think people are stupid?
Much to not my surprise at all. After we had dinner, I watched Dune with my hubster. We put the little baby down to bed, cleaned up a bit, came to my computer.
It's so cool that I could bring my illustration.
The new Dune or the original Dune with Sting? Those book behinds are fake, or it's just color coded. Listen, there's a lot in this video that looks really fake. And I'll let you guys play spot the bullshit.
All these notifications and all these messages that Katie Joy is on her live stream right now saying that I'm like, I don't even know. It's crazy. Good God, you send a girl an email. So let's go ahead and watch this pure insanity.
I'm not going to be on very long, and I'm going to have my comments turned off just because I'm coming on here really quick. Yesterday, I uploaded a video onto my YouTube channel, and for the very first time...
It's giving hustle girl, boss babe. I run a shampoo business. You didn't hop on here real quick. This was over 20 minutes, and for like half of this, I had it at like 2 times speed.
On my channel.
Quick is relative. It depends on how long it takes you to explain something. Not much over 20 minutes I would agree that that's not very long. You'd have to compare it to Katie Joy's other content to see if that was relatively quick to Katie Joy. So that's just an arbitrary, bitchy complaint. That doesn't actually mean anything.
This was over 20 minutes. And for like half of this, I had it at like 2 times speed.
On my channel, expressed what's been happening to me for years on this platform of Twitter, Instagram, Facebook.
One of the worst things about this, and I think I've said this in the past, is be suspicious or be critically paying attention when somebody is like pseudo half showing information on a screen. So this is from Llama Girl that says KJ's Live Part 1 laughing. She is talking about the restraining order against Steve, Aaron, Brittany, Veda, and how they going to become permanent when they go to ellipses. We can't see what else, and there's no reference to a time or a date that this was posted.
On this platform of Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, related to a group of creators, and how this group...
Alright, this is gonna get weird. Alright, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. I didn't do this. One of the criticisms that comes up a lot that people like to go after Katie Joy is that she drinks too much, is up at weird times. Sometimes they say that it's because she's doing drugs and that she should be taking care of her child instead, or whatever the fuck, and that she drinks and picks her nose. Listen, there's going to be a few times in this video where I am itching my nostrils. It was midnight. I am exhausted and itchy. I'm sorry. Anyways, let's continue, smiley face. She has an editor. This video went to her sponsor, and she had to edit shit out. But the nose picking was fine. And she's not just itching her nose. I literally, like, at one point in here, she, like, scratches the inside of her nose with her thumb, then futzes around and flicks something off of her finger, so don't fuck with me on this. I had to watch it, and now I have to watch it again. So, if this is gonna make you uncomfortable, avert your eyes. I personally don't really care. I just think this is weird to put in a video and edit around. And also, something you would send to a sponsor when you're trying to come off as, like, very professional. And then, also, the irony of, like, one of the main criticisms of Katie Joy is, like, this unhygienic wiping her nose, picking her nose, and drinking too much. It's, like, literally, this lady is just the same thing. That's what she's doing. I do know a booger picker when I see one, but at least I have the decency to pick my boogers off camera. So you want me to slow-mo it? No, you do that. You do it. This is a sponsored edited video from CC, yes. Yes. You want to know the fun part about this? This was sponsored for Valentine's Day for vibrators. I only think that's funny because this is a really good video there. She should probably just have gone and fucked herself instead.
Group of creators has been targeting and harassing various people on the platform, breaking and violating.
Hurry up, make a count, guys in the side chat, make a counter of how many times she scratches her nose. We're already at 1 if you guys didn't miss, if you missed it already. Right before she takes her first drink. She's in there, digging for gold.
The terms of service of YouTube's platform. And recently, their harassment of a private person that's not a creator has resulted in the legitimate filing of at least 4 restraining orders. Restraining orders are currently in place for Steve McRae, a permanent one. There are temporary restraining orders against Aaron Costello.
I don't know who half these people are, and I really don't care.
EKC people.
Really quick on the hop. It took us 17 minutes to get to Katie Joy's live stream. In the first handful of seconds, I don't know who these people are and I don't care. About the situation she emailed Katie Joy about that she was gonna make content about. He said, you and Charlotte McIver and these other creators. And now she's claiming she doesn't know who these other creators are? I mean, she knows who some of them are. Also, how do you even scroll through Renell's channel without seeing Aaron and Veda all over it? And as soon as I went there to go look to see what was going on, because you know what I did? I did this. I did what CC is trying to do here, right? I went and looked to find out what the fuck was going on, and I made a playlist. I spent 12 hours on one day going through. And you know what I did? It wasn't that hard. I actually watched the videos of the content creators involved in the situation. The thing that CC said she does. But she watched the videos of the situation involved. You know, she's talking about nonsense. You know, Renell was talking about nonsense, and that came from Veda. So she didn't trace back any of the rumors to see where they started from, or the accusations to see where they came from. So much so that she doesn't know who Veda is, or Aaron. Side note, by the way, CC, just to give you a heads up, if you want people to believe you, you should, 1, not contradict yourself so much. And if you want people to not, like, to believe that you definitely don't know who somebody is, being on the hop like that, kinda sus. But maybe also, don't wear glasses that reflect your entire screen.
Suck. And Brittany Nicole Hansen, who goes by Veda Snow. Their restraining orders will have a trial on February 26th for it to move.
It's quite interesting that she's saying, this is the first time I've ever talked about this. No, it's not. You talk about this multiple times a year. You've talked about Renell multiple times. Why are you saying it's...
Renell wasn't listed in that group, first off. Second off, Katie can't have talked about this multiple times a year. Because it only happened last year. It started last year with Charla stuff and the TROs and ROs. That's new. So it's not possible for Katie to have been talking about this for years. Third off, you should know this. You were the one making a video about it and said that you did your research. How do you know Renell and Rabbit? She knows Renell and Steve, but somehow Renell, Rabbit, and Steve, but has somehow managed to avoid Veda and Aaron. Baffling. It's also very interesting to want to be somebody who calls people out, but doesn't care about the very real litigation going on, which is definitely the much larger story than Katie just being kind of shitty to you. It's whether you believe it's deserved or not. Sar for 6 says, pretend I told a joke to make you laugh. That's hilarious. Yeah, she knows Renell, Katie, Joy, and Steve. Definitively. Oh, and Rabbit. She mentioned Rabbit. So, again, like I said, this happened last year it started about this time last year, a little bit later than that, but remember, this was in February, so that was actually only 6 months ago. So when she's saying that Katie Joy has been talking about this for years, that is a definitive lie. Oh, she was in Aaron's chat? Oh, fast. Whenabouts was that, Dirty Uncle Sal? Do you know which video it was? It's almost like Cece might be a lying liar who lies. No. It's almost like listening to her one video and listening to her contradict herself so much made it definitively easy to show that, and I didn't have to go ahead and twist anything. You could try to finagle the word I don't know them, right? Like, the word know could be, like, a little bit arbitrary, right? You, like, saying I don't know these people, as in, like, oh, I'm not on a first name basis, or I don't communicate with these people regularly, or, like, I don't know them personally, right? Like, I don't know Cece personally. I watched this one video and was like, what the fuck is this shit? Right? I could say that I don't know Steve anymore, right? You know what I mean? But it'd be silly for me to say, oh, I don't know who Steve is. That's ridiculous. It was in her video about Katie, dropped same night. Dropped the same night. Like in February? Because I want to confirm this if I can. Green screen. I don't think it's a green screen. I think her background is a set. But I don't think it's a green screen. I think it's fake. I mean, I could be wrong. But, you know, I'm not a professional at that. She was in chats of anyone who streamed that video. This one? Yeah, Manya, if you can do the look for me, so that way we can keep going and not be here for 7 years.
It's the first time you've ever talked about it. It's not. That's wrong. You've talked about this multiple times on multiple different platforms.
From
such as where? Show us what you're talking about. That's definitively not true. What the fuck are you on about? God, this video's so bad. The night Cece's first video on Katie dropped, she was in Aaron's chat. Cece's video on Katie. Okay. Cece's video on Katie was... Hold on. Let me just grab this real quick so I can just, like, bebop my way over here. Cece's video, first video on Katie from a year ago, right? That's the one you're talking about? Oh, why did I do that? It's, like, literally in the sidebar. Shut up! I should just type in CC Katie Joy. Be easier. Oh, CC without a crystal ball. I'm right at the top. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, no, wrong one. That's the one I'm looking at. This one. Whee! Okay. So this video came out a year ago on August 12th, 2022. So if I go to Aaron's channel, right? Nyeh. EKC people suck. Boop. And I go to live streams, right? And I go down to August. Oh, you think if I type in CC, if she was covering that video? This one? Oh, is it gonna be this one? Am I gonna get it on the first try? Shut up! Shut up, Aaron's shitty opening video. August 13th! Oh my god, did I get it on the first try? When was this? August 12th. I got it on the first try. What the fuck? Oh, the live debunk is real. Oh, look at
Picky cat.
Look, I'm such a nice guy. I'm out here giving ad revenue to Aaron. I found it. Oh, the chat replay was turned off. Oh, no. How are we going to see if Cece was in there or not? Oh. Oh, come on. Da, da, da. Oh, look, it's Jesse. Fucking that loser. See if she just left a regular comment. Hey, Aaron, why'd you turn off the live chat for this video? I respect you so much. So respected. I don't know, I haven't watched, well, there's Dirty Uncle Sal, so confirm that she was there. Oh, look. Maybe her video about Katie Joy was actually good. I don't fucking know. I didn't watch that one. I'm watching this one. Do. Hold on. Let me make sure I spell it right, because I'm a jackass. Can't be trusted. CC Suarez, 1 out of 13. Okay, skip. All these fucking recommended all over my fucking shit. My god. Bitch is in the algorithm. Damn, so she's not in the side chat, or she's not in the comment section. Moderate extremist. Funny. Yeah, we got transcripts? Yeah, we got transcripts. Cool, let's try this again. Nothing, she didn't even mention Cece's name? Let's try super chat. Nope. Super big deal. Yeah. Unfortunately, I am not able to verify your claim right now. So, I'm willing to take your word for it, because I'm pretty convinced she knows who fucking Aaron is. But, wonder why Aaron turned off the chat replay. Wonder why. And I'm not gonna watch this video to find out. What if I just put... Oh god, that's gonna be a nightmare. Ugh. Let me start at 1. Not 1. Accordance. Blah 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 blah. Oh. Okay, acceptable. Yeah, you know what? It also might not even. Let's try. You know what's the thing too with this is that it's the closed captioning on YouTube's kind of shitty. Oh, Cece was there and then she edited her live. All right, well, so then we've got a couple of people suggesting and claiming that they have seen eyewitness accounts of CC Suarez in EKC People's chats, or EKC People Sucks side chats. So, we will ask the question to CC. CC, you sure you don't know who Aaron is? Are you sure you don't know who EKC People Suck is? I mean, you said you watched Katie Joy, and that Katie Joy talks about this all the time. It means that Katie would talk about Aaron, would it not? There seems to be a lot of, like, the things that you're saying that are inherently contradictory. So we'll see if we can perhaps verify this more later.
a temporary restraining order to a permanent restraining order. According to the people that I've talked to, they are having multiple witnesses come forward, and there has been significant amounts of evidence to prove that this harassment has been taking place. I have received a copy.
Did you see that? Are you kidding me? Her nails are this long. How far is that up her nose right now? Like, I don't mean to be rude, but I feel like you're being rude.
From a temporary restraining order to...
Look, right there. Up. All the way to there. That means her nail is this far up. Wait for it. She wipes it off her fingers, and then right back in, and then look, rolls it around, in again, rolls it around, right back in the other nostril. 1, 2. Sideways, flick, and rolls it around back up the other side. Back into rolling it along in her fingers. Are we gonna get a finger flick? And then what? Back in again? Both sides. This isn't real. Rolling it around again. It's the whole time. What? What the fuck? And she stopped. How many minutes? Like, how long was that? My brother in Christ. Oh, I was just itchy. Just redo it. Do it again. Oh, God, alright, anyway. God damn. It was from here. It's a whole minute of just, like, back and forth up the nose. Come on, man! Yeah, her editor, like, she has an editor. This went to the sponsor, and the sponsor asked her to make edits. This video came out 2 days later, and in those 2 days, she just decided to leave that in. Why? Oh, any self-respecting YouTuber knows who to stream around booger picking. Right? Or how, you mean how to stream around booger picking? Yes, correct. Assertively professional booger. To be honest, I'm amazed that I haven't been caught picking boogers yet. Because, like, I get absent-minded. It's making my nose itchy now. Fuck. Now I'm gonna pick my nose just because I want to be one of the cool kids. Guys, I want 100,000 subscribers too. Can I shove my finger in my nose? Monty's been a member for 50 months. Jack, an assertively professional booger picker. You have, but we don't care. Alright, listen. If you catch me picking boogers, at least I'm not gonna deny it and just say, I was tired and itchy. I'm gonna be like, ah, shit. I'm not out here pretending to be a professional YouTube journalist. I'm out here being a goblin. Of course I pick my nose. In fact, fact, somebody should absolutely, if they have the time and the energy, make a YouTube compilation of all the times it looks like I picked my nose. And like, listen, when you're on stream and you turn your head or whatever, sometimes it looks like you're picking your nose and all you're doing is like rubbing the side or the inside, right? Like, this is not a nose pick. That's like I'm rubbing like just the top of my nose, right? It's just covered by my hand. When you stick your finger to here and do this, and your nail is this long, that is like here. That is up there, dude. You've seen me pick a booger and I mentioned something about nosebleeds. Hey, listen, if you've never picked your nose in a way that breaks that breaks a blood vessel, like, look at that, I picked on that. I didn't have to. Now it's all red and gross. If you try to pretend to me that you've never picked your nose and caused a nosebleed, I think you're lying to me. It's so easy to break a blood vessel in your nose. It's like not even funny. Everybody's picked their nose. Anybody who says otherwise is lying. But if you're gonna, like, why are you bullshitting to people that you didn't pick your nose? Like, why are you making some kind of excuse about it? This is so weird. Why wouldn't you edit this out? It's just Katie talking. She doesn't say anything that whole time. You could have just put Katie talking on the video. Instead, it was so necessary for you to be on screen that you would rather it be you picking your nose with some bullshit excuse tacked in there. It's so silly. Oh. The tiny blood spots on your pillow are from your period? Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Listen, boogers happen. It needs like a little rainbow. Listen, boogers happen. Like it's fucking reading Rainbow. It's okay. It's a very natural human thing. Oh, you had a hangnail? Oh man, you guys have probably seen me before, like just biting. That's me biting off a hangnail. Listen, everybody does weird things. Just who are you kidding? I'm gonna share an amusing screenshot in the Discord later, and maybe on Twitter. So if you're interested, that kind of is pretty definitive, but I'll let you guys take a look and discuss if you want, related to, whether or not CC knows who Aaron is.
Order to a permanent restraining order. According to the people that I've talked to, they are having multiple witnesses come forward, and there has been significant amounts of evidence to prove that this harassment has been taking place. I have received a copy of a moderator call that happened on September 23rd, 2023, which proves a conspiracy was in place by these creators to harass and intimidate Charlotte McIver. Today, I am seeing...
Why are you rolling your eyes? Hi, person who was a witness in this case. Hello, how's it going? The case that happened... the hearing that happened a week after this video came out. Sup? It was serious. And you would know that if you looked into it, but now you're pretending you don't know who these people are, even though you're such a big research journalist. So either you're lying about being a competent journalist, or you're lying about who you know and what you know about the situation retroactively, or maybe it's both.
And witnessing people within this group attempt to gaslight and deflect the reality of the situation.
The way that she keeps touching her screen, it makes me feel like she's like flicking my nose to like keep me awake during this.
And I am not going to be gaslit.
I'm pretty sure that flicking sensation you're feeling in your nose is from your own finger up it. it's the call is coming from inside the nose.
Anymore.
That's all you have to say about that? That's all you have to say about the accusations of the people that you've been talking to get the information that you've said that you were talking to because you emailed her about it? and that they're gaslighting and bullshitting online, which they are, all you have to say is, I feel like she's flicking me in the nose. You're not going to address any of that? You're just gonna let that hang there? No? Katie Joy's not lying about that? No? I think you might need to adjust your priorities, or maybe not try to do a sponsor video at the last second at midnight. Miss Professional.
Going to allow these creators to gaslight Charla. Charla is the victim in this case, and no matter what you say about what you think I've done, I am not the one that has a restraining order against me by Charla.
Hey, you know what's a great piece of advice when it comes to these crazies on the internet? Ignore them. And then they'll pull a Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good, and just blow off into the wind, okay?
That's a very curious thing for somebody with 100K subscribers to say to somebody who has no platform at all and who, in fact, did leave and still had hours upon hours upon hours of content made about them across multiple platforms that were just straight up lying. It's also terrible fucking advice. If you are being harassed or something is happening to you, go and talk to a professional if you can, first off. Online harassment kills people. People commit suicide over that. So maybe take it a little bit more serious than your not even service level flippant bullshit about a situation you still claim you don't actually know about. Right? Side note. Also, there is no, when it comes to a harassment group, if you ask any professional in the field, of which I have, I've spoken to professionals about this. I've asked questions to professionals. I've listened to professionals speak about this. There is, when it comes to a harassment group, there is no guarantee that they will stop if you go away. It's a coin toss. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. And I find it awfully suspicious that if I search Cece Suarez's name, like her YouTube channel name, there isn't a single negative video with her name in it about her until like 4 pages of scrolling from one channel that has 4,000 subscribers, and that's it. For somebody who's covering like such big things and has such a large following, it's odd to me that there's nobody criticizing this person and their way of doing things, especially when I come in and look at her channel and it looks like this video. Even if she's good at this other times or was better at this, it's even if she did every video perfectly in the best way possible, you are going to get people criticizing you. And the fact that nobody does, and that none of these videos exist within pages and pages and pages of scrolling, is fucking bizarre, strange, weird, suspicious. Why is that? Do you know why? I don't know why. It can't be because she just ignored it and it went away. That's not how that works. That's not how this works. Nah. I'm gonna look for a screenshot. I know I probably have one of Cece and Aaron's chat, because it was a dick question I asked. I needed it to be documented. Very funny, also wonderful, also love that, also send it to me if you got it. Oh.
That's all you gotta do, just ignore them. That's not me saying to silence yourself, that's not
Yes,
me
it
saying
is.
anything like that, just ignore them. They'll go away eventually.
I have not harassed Charla. In fact, when Charla was part of my community, I always treated her with
It's also weird that she didn't have anything to say about like the other part of what Katie Joy had to say, which was terrible advice notwithstanding. Terrible fucking advice notwithstanding. She didn't have anything to say about like the harassment and TROs and that it is in fact. I'm looking at Katie Joy's pause face. That's a rough one. That there's not. That there is restraining orders and she's not the one with these restraining orders. Cece is not actually addressing any of the claims and actually hasn't shown Katie Joy to actually be lying in this video so far.
kindness.
We're halfway through.
And she's said that to me. When people choose to get involved with these kinds of people and real life consequences are happening, like restraining orders, and there's real life conspiracies for harassment, there's no amount of gaslighting and deflection.
You're shaking your head and rolling your eyes every time she talks about these court cases and the harassment that's going on. Why? You're supposed to have researched this. Is that because you don't believe any harassment has taken place? Is it because you don't believe that there is a group of people that are trying to go after this woman? Because there definitively is, and a tertiary examination would show you that. It did not take me long to show and demonstrate and find that. My videos were already out, by the way. If she had looked this up, my company playlist was already out. I did that in December. Not that I would have expected Cece to come up, to stumble across me at all. Or, you know what I mean? But if she had searched for down the rabbit hole to verify if anything down the rabbit hole had said was accurate or true, it's likely that she might have come across my video that way. But, maybe she didn't. Jack for 10 said, it's ironic that this woman has a Chinese symbol for strength on her finger when her take is so weak, unprofessional, and not assertive. Part of definitely going for it on getting those boogers out. Oof. Come on, man. One of the things about this is it's so fake. It's so fake and passive aggressive. And
you
lazy.
Can do to change the reality. Hi friends, I just have a quick update. I'm not going to be on very long. What I'm witnessing now are creators that have been exposed scrambling. I was sent I haven't had a chance to watch it because I'm honestly in the middle of editing a new video. But I've watched, my husband just sent me a video because Llama Girl, who goes by Llama on YouTube and on Twitter, who has been a part of this harassment.
I want to point something out about Llama Girl. And I've said this tertiarily a little bit. Llama Girl is straight up stealing Katie Joy's content and then making sure her handle is plastered all over every time she steals it. To advertise herself for whatever reason. She's also in the description, she gets shout out by Aaron, right? So yeah, she's looking, yes she is. So I just wanted to point that out. There's not just one tag for Llama Girl, there's two. There's no commentary on these videos, they're just clips that she grabs so that way other people don't have to give Katie Joy the view. And that's a stated thing. That's not she's not hiding that. She's never been hiding that, right? She's like, oh, I watched this and clipped it together and posted it here so you don't have to give Katie Joy the view. Ostensibly explaining how and why she's stealing from Katie, right? Now, you could go back and forth about whether or not that's a good thing, that's a bad thing, why it would be justified here or there or not. That's fine. The fact of the matter is the fact of the matter. This is content that belongs to Katie Joy, that Llama Girl does not own, that she is reposting, clearly without Katie Joy's permission, and then slapping her fucking ad all over it.
Harassment of me is trying to deny that she has a relationship with Steve. This is categorically false. Over the years, it is very clear the two of them had a relationship. They would consistently tag each other on Twitter. Steve is literally on his channel. There are clips.
Girl, what? If you tag someone multiple times on social media, you're in a relationship. And you could say oh, you have a relationship with someone. That could just be a friendship. Me and Lily Marston have a relationship. I only mentioned her because her text is up on my desktop. But me and her have a relationship. We friends. We're colleagues. Me and my best friend Des have a relationship. We're best friends of 17 years, So you could say that, or it could be someone who you're internet acquaintances with or internet friends with, right? So I don't know, the way I've seen already that the way she said that is a little bit vague and people have already been twisting it and they're like, oh, she said that we like were together, and it's like that's not necessarily what she said. However, I do think that Katie Joy says things like this sometimes so that it can be twisted or so that it's not completely transparent to like.
Okay. I don't know if you all noticed what just happened. Katie Joy said this thing about a relationship, which was factually true. Cece mocked it, said it was silly, like implied, and then explained why it's silly and wrong for people to be doing what Cece just did. Like, you could view it this way, and then explained why that would be correct, and then circled back to say that it's Katie's fault that people jump when she says jump. Huh? People are... She says it on purpose so people will twist it. Like what you just did. You twisted it right out the gate immediately, and then thought about it, then said, well, you know, actually it makes sense, and then said that it was Katie's fault that people do what you did initially. Because the word relationship was unclear. No, it's not like she went out and said, oh yeah, they've been dating. That's not what she said. That's not what she said at all. This is silly. This is so silly.
Like work in her favor and to like leave open, you know, open for interpretation and all that. For like negative interpretation.
It's not. It's very
Meet
clear.
Litter Robot, the revolution.
It's incredibly clear about what she said. I don't know why people think it wasn't. Outside of just bias. Like, I can see why people would misinterpret it and twist it on purpose.
Interpretation.
Channel, there are clips of him saying, thank God for Llama Girl. I wouldn't know anything of what's going on if not for Llama.
What type of relationships do you have? Because just because you say thank God for this person because she posts all of your because you delete stuff and because people just don't really want to watch your own content a lot of the time.
Thanks for explaining that Llama Girl's a thief.
That don't mean they're banging. And also she didn't say that, but like that doesn't mean they have a relationship. Real weird, man.
Steve doesn't shout.
It does! They literally interact and share each other's shit back and forth and have acknowledged each other as doing things that are beneficial for each other, which makes it a relationship. Why are you being weird about this? Maybe just spend the whole video making a resting bitch face with your finger up your nose. It might be more like productive content.
Out people that he's not in communication with, and he would never give someone props like that if they weren't doing something for him.
That's true.
She has, and they have, gone back and forth on Twitter for years. So in her new video, she says she's going to shut down her channel, and it's almost like she's blaming me for it, which it's not. It's not my fault. That if she chooses to...
She does correct this later, just so you know, because this is false.
Shut her channel down, that's fine. But I'm not asking anyone to shut their channels down. I'm asking them to stop harassing Charla, and I'm asking them to stop harassing me.
From what I remember from watching this video later, Cece doesn't explain what this at all or what she just said, so I don't know. I don't know what the false thing is supposed to be. I don't know what the correction even was.
And what I'm witnessing now are creators that have been exposed scrambling. I was sent an I haven't had a chance to watch it because I'm gotten to a point that their conspiracy to harass, target, and bully has been exposed. Earlier today, I received an email from Chelsea Suarez, who goes by the user CC Suarez. And it's very clear that Renelle and Katie...
First of all, I am CC Suarez. Put some respect on my name.
...are going to try to use...
Why? There's nothing in this video that would lead to earning any type of additional respect outside of you are a human that exists. Why should anybody put any respect on your name? No.
Use Cece to put out a hit piece about me. Cece is trying to paint this as though my single response on Instagram on Friday and my video I posted the other day is...
Did you guys see that? Did you see this in the top? It says know nothing about her other than people, and then it cuts off, and it looks like it's just a green messenger, and that look. That looks like Tina's picture. Tina I'll cut you's picture is a back of the neck that is pink and then cut off like it's a neck, right? So it's that flesh color, and then it cuts off on either side, which this picture is doing, and it has writing on the back, which it looks like there is. It's hard to tell. It's hard to say. But that would kind of match, wouldn't it? Call me a conspiracy theorist. I could, like, again, this is speculation on my part, but I'll post this in the Discord. That looks, that looks a lot like Tina Alcutt's image that she uses, which would, align perfectly with literally all this other shit. I don't know if that's true. That's absolutely speculation on my part. I'm not going to pretend it's not. Maybe I'm reaching a little bit. Maybe I'm biased. And maybe I'm 100% wrong because I can't prove that. But god damn, dude, look at it. I put it in the Discord. I'm going to go on quick break. You guys tell me what you think. I'll make this big so you guys can get a better you guys can get a better look at it, all right? And you guys can tell me what you think. Yeah, right. I don't know if it was actually her, if it was actually Tina or not. I just think it would be really, really fucking funny if it was, okay? It would be very, very funny. Whew. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Maybe a little bit. Okay, listen, about the booger thing, okay? I could have made my thumbnail CC Suarez picking her nose and called my video CC Suarez is a gold digger. And now that I've thought about it, I'm like, I probably should have done that. That would have been fucking great. Fuck. Oh, man, that would have been perfect. Oh, damn it. But I didn't. I was the bigger person because I didn't think of that as a really funny joke before in time. I only thought of it now. Son of a bitch. So I'm saying that I am the bigger person, but only by accident. Okay, go.
Single response on Instagram on Friday, and my video I posted the other day is proof that I am harassing Katie and I'm harassing Renelle.
I'm gonna try to do what now? How can you, what? How do you?
You said you were planning on doing that. You said that you were planning on making this video. You referenced Rabbit and Renelle. You sent her an email about it. And then you also, and then you said, I changed what my video was going to be about because of this comment. So Katie called you out about what you were going to do, and then you tried to change it so she would be wrong, even though she was right. And now you're sitting here being like, oh, well, you were wrong, even though that's still what you're doing. What the fuck?
Up there.
Hey, Buck. What you got there? You good? Hi. Hello. You come to join us? Hi. Yes, you're very cute. Okay, goodbye. Over here. There we go. Hi, Stinky. Chesh is metaphorically the bigger person. Yeah.
You just come out and you're like, she's gonna say this and this. Girl, I don't follow you. You have me blocked on everything, including email now, because you're.
But she said she says in this video that she just blocked you now on everything. And if you didn't follow her, how did you know that she's been talking about X thing for years? You're contradicting yourself. So did you watch her content to verify even your original video or not? Did you watch her content to verify about what Renelle and Rabbit were saying for this video or not? It doesn't seem like you know what you're talking about.
A psychopath. Again, if I was as delusional as this person, as I believe this person to be, I'd block me too. She's so triggered by the 2 emails that I sent her in the last year and a half that she does these like live stream rants afterwards. So I don't blame you, girl. Block me all over.
Katie has 42 videos about me on her channel as of yesterday. I don't know if she's taken any down. 42 videos. And I am harassing her because I've done 1 video on Instagram and 1 video on YouTube, 2 videos on YouTube. 4 videos total in the last few days. And that's due to a legal issue with stalking, a real issue because they chose to use my face to fundraise when they are the perpetrators.
A real issue with stalking. And there is cyber stalking for sure. There is internet harassment, social media harassment, absolutely. And someone having that many videos about you on their channel, it depends on how many, like, do they have 400 videos? Then okay, then that's not that many, you know? And if you're like a hot topic right now, then whatever. But also, it is interesting that she just said that because it's like, girlfriend, how many videos on the Duggars do you have on your channel? How many videos do you have of Robin from Sister Wives on your channel? How come that's not you harassing them or stalking them? Why not?
Not me. They chose.
Maybe it is. You would have to watch the content to find out. this is one of the problems with CC's bullshit, right? Is that she's justifying essentially toxic and aggressive paparazzi styled things. If you're popular right now, you just have to accept abuse. Like, no, that's not how that works. Just because somebody is a hot topic or popular doesn't mean they deserve to be harassed. That's not how it works, because the amount of content does not preclude or preempt harassment. That's not how any of this works. It's context. Context is what decides that. Sorry, Puck just needed to be out of the room. That's not how it works. So is Katie Joy's content about the Duggars harassment? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't watched the content to find out. But that's also whataboutism, right? It's well, what about you? Okay, but that doesn't, even if Katie Joy is harassing the Duggars, for example, even if she is, that doesn't mean Rabbit's not harassing Charla, and it doesn't mean that Rabbit's not harassing Katie. They could all be harassing each other. More than one thing can be true at the same time. It's not an either or. It's not a false dichotomy. Right? Not how it works.
To legally use my face and my image and my likeness, and that's illegal.
True. They did that. Renelle and Rabbit made a GoFundMe that had Katie Joy's face on it and had her listed by name, that she was coming after them and they needed to get lawyers to deal with the restraining orders. But it had nothing to do with Katie, so she requested, like a normal human being, not a psychopath, to have it taken down because her face and her name is her brand. Simple as that. It's not complicated. It's very normal. It's to be expected.
Legal.
As far as I know, it's not, especially with, like, from what I could see, they were seemingly transparent about it. Also, I do see how people could just run with the idea of, like, oh my.
Wait, so you saw the GoFundMe and you thought it was transparent? Oh, so you're just bad at this. Oh. I take back a lot of my previous criticism. I was judging you based off of the standards you put forward as opposed to the bottom of the barrel where you belong. My bad. I'll correct that moving forward.
About it. Also, I do see how people could just run with the idea of, like, oh my gosh, Charla was, like, in these groups sent by Katie Joy. Like, that's much more of a scandalous headline to believe. I don't think that's the case. I think that this lady is just super unstable. Watch, I'm gonna get, like, a legal threat via carrier pigeon from this lady. Send me a smoke.
Based on what? You don't believe it's true. Why don't you believe it's true? You believe she's just unstable. Why do you believe she's unstable? I feel like you don't understand even the point of having an opinion and expressing it. I feel like we're less to the bottom of the barrel now and we're starting to reach underneath the barrel. If you can't even tell people or explain people in the video that what this video is supposed to be about, why you believe these things.
Smoke signal, girlfriend.
They are fraudulently raising money when they are the perpetrators. And Katie doesn't have a court case. But CC Suarez is going to put out a video.
She does now.
By the way, CC, you're blocked now. I want nothing to do with you.
I don't blame you. I don't want anything to do with me either, girl. I'm the worst.
And I will not.
I know that Cece's trying to be flippant there, but that's the most earnest I think she's come off. I kind of get the vibe that she doesn't actually like herself very much.
Not be gaslit into believing and to try to twist the narrative that I get too close to my sources or I've harassed and doxed Renelle and Katie. How many videos does Renelle have about me on her channel?
Like, my emails to her are not the Bible. They are not left open for your own interpretation, lady. What are
Yes, they are. That's what communication is about. When you communicate with somebody, they have to interpret what you're saying. It's a requirement. What is she supposed to do? She can't read your mind. You're accusing her of her using her crystal ball to know that you hate her, but then you're turning around and being like, well, she can't interpret anything because they're not the Bible, which is such a weird analogy, because the Bible is also a thing that is interpreted multiple ways all the time. What a weird analogy that doesn't make any sense. What? You know what? I feel like this is a LARP. Cece is LARPing as a professional and LARPing as somebody who fucking knows what they're talking about and cares about anything. She's LARPing as an intellectual. 20 from Manya says, using likenesses to collect finance is fraud, Suarez. Steve raising a pandemonium when he accused Charla of setting him up for a loan application using his license. That's using his likeness. Yeah, correct. Yes. If you take money from people under false pretenses, utilizing somebody unrelated's brand and likeness and accuse them of shit that they're not even a part of, or the lawsuits that have nothing to do with them, that's fraud. Yes, you're frauding people. You're lying to people for money. And again, you're a journalist, allegedly. Your journalistic integrity or your journalistic, spidey sense ought to be being like, oh, this smells like there's a story here. But instead of actually taking part in uncovering the truth and looking for the facts of what had actually happened and uncovering a very actually interesting story with a lot of kind of pivots, with court involved, you're taking the easy road and being like, yeah, but Kitty Joy's shitty, though. Because you had the last minute put together a video for your sponsor? Is that one? Oh, sorry, I was using that journalistic integrity you claimed you had at the beginning. My bad, I'm sorry.
What are you actually doing? I even thought it would help put in there, I am not stating that any of this is a fact. I am not saying any of this is true. It hurts my brain because I'm like, how do you call yourself a journalist and you act like this and you get so triggered when anyone emails you anything, it seems.
Yeah, Suarez. How could you call yourself a journalist and then act like this? By going live and drinking and picking your nose. And then just saying a bunch of untrue shit and then trying to hide behind that, oh, but it's my opinion, while also being very unclear about which things are facts and which things are opinions. Also, something being your opinion does not preclude you from getting into trouble for stating your opinion as if it is a fact. A la the Alex Jones Sandy Hook case. You may want to take a look at that one if you want to avoid trouble in the future.
But when anyone does what we're supposed to do, girlfriend, oh my God, I also feel like such a tryhard, even saying, I'm a journalist. I'm not. That's the goal eventually, but I'm not. I'm a YouTube commentator. I'm just a lady with a bulldog, a camera, and too many opinions, babe. This is not legal advice. This is all my own opinion.
How many videos?
You chose to leave that in. You chose to leave the intro in, where you said you have journalistic integrity, that you do research, that you reach out to people and are very professional. Then we get to the second half of the video and it's like, no, I'm not all those things. Her goal is to be a journalist, but she's working with brands where she's sending her brand deals videos of her picking her nose. Yes. Very professional. Marcy with an IE sent $5 sticker of laughing. Yeah, this is... If Cece's allowed to pick her nose on videos, I'm allowed to pick my nose on streams. Alright? I don't want to hear a peep out of anybody. I don't hear nothing about this. I'm like, I was planning on going through this video like actually quickly and having like a shorter stream on this, and we're on the 3-hour mark. I already hear the, oh my god, I made 40 minutes and this person talked about me for 4 hours, and I'm like, okay, listen, I was gonna try and go quickly and like breeze through this, and then chat got involved, and then we got giggly and started having a funny time, but then also you spew a lot of bullshit. And it takes a long time to kind of extrapolate or explain how full of shit you actually are. Because I'm also kind of assuming that there's going to be some people who are watching this in the future who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Or don't know anything about, like, the company stuff. So I recommend to those people just check out the company playlist. It's there. It's about 12 hours worth of content. You could also check out the SWAT video. That would be good too. But, you know, $100 says she eats them. Nope, not going there. Nope, not doing it. We did get sidetracked deep diving into booger philosophy. The philosophy of nose picking, okay? I'll say something, but that's because I'm the guy who calls you out about everything. Yeah, listen, there's nothing you can say to me that my own community can lambast me for constantly.
What does Renelle have about me on her channel? How many times has Renelle talked about my child?
Okay, we're gonna speed this up. There have been multiple people who have been like, yeah, no one talks about her kid. I've seen people talk about her kid, for sure. Don't do that, that's weird. But also, she posted a video where she was like, oh yeah, I got this email of someone, you know, from like some random email address. Like they emailed me, talked about like Vaughn's tragic death or something like that. And she was saying that they were threatening her child, and it's like, girlfriend, I don't doubt that that's probably happened to you. It probably has, because people are crazy, and the people that she calls out, and I can agree with that and vouch for her when in regards to the type of people that me and her call out. The thing is though, is that a huge story that she covered last year and like had continued to cover,
Type of people that me and her call out, but we're not competitors,
was Vaughn McRae. So they were probably talking about that. You big old dum-dum. Like, for an investigative journalist, you sure don't know how to comprehend sentences and emails.
How many?
Would you take that risk with your kid, Cece? I wouldn't. I also don't have a kid, but I wouldn't take that risk.
Times has she doxed my child's life? I'm not going to be gaslit.
Doxed my child's life, as if like you're doxing the fact that they are alive. I swear this corner of the internet is like, you're doxing me. Girl, anyone can find out anything about anyone. Just keep yourself safe. Don't roll up on anyone. Don't be coming to my house. Do not be coming to my house, baby.
Keep yourself safe. That's meaning just keep yourself safe. How? Anybody can find out anything about anybody. Just keep yourself safe. That Katie used the word doxing there foolishly, because that's not what a dox is. If Katie talks about Katie's kid, then people commenting on Katie's kid is inevitably going to happen. So it's although they shouldn't be doing that, and the more creators and larger people with integrity that call that out, the better. But Katie can help that from happening by not talking about her kid, right? However, doxing is something explicit, something very specific. We're talking like medical records. We're talking like usually contact information and location. That's what doxing is. So if Renelle makes a video talking about Katie's kid and she got that information from Katie talking about Katie's kid, then that wouldn't be a dox. Right? And there is an amazing amount of information out there about you that you don't know is available. For example, on a whim the other day, I went and I was looking at some like comments with Manya, and it took Manya, how long did it take? Like 20 minutes, if that. I found Misty Mo, found her Facebook, found out her full name, found out the town that she lives in, found out where she used to work, who she went to high school with, which high school they went to, without trying. It's not difficult to find out information about people because people make more information than they are aware of available online. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna sit here and be like, oh, well, you know, this is where she lives, this is where she went to school, this is her full name, this is the people she's... No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm also not going to reach out to those people and say, hey, this person, blah, 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 do you want to come on a stream? That would be insane. You wouldn't do something like that. That's ridiculous, right? And I'm not going to put that information out, even though it is public, because part of doxing is about publishing information. So if you want to pick on Katie Joy and you want to criticize Katie Joy, that's what you need to be criticizing her for. And it's interesting that you choose not to do that. You instead choose to justify Renell's channel, which you've already described in your terms, is harassment. So why are you enabling harassment? Why are you okay with this? Why didn't you do your research? Or why did you only half do your research? Because that's what it more seems like.
Oh, no.
I am not the perpetrator here. And my relationships with my sources are none of your business, Cece. If I have close relationships with my sources, who cares?
True.
Not me, you buffoon.
Yes, you. You asked. You asked in an unrelated email, you buffoon. You said you wanted to talk to her. I'm pulling it up again. Fuck this bitch. Right here. You fucking said... Where is it? There it is. This one? Right here. You said you wanted to talk about Charlotte McIver, and then you asked her about her fucking relationships of being too close to people. Right there. You did this. You care. You brought it up. You buffoon. You clod. You weenie. You goomba. Come on, man. Who are you kidding? You showed these emails. I got these emails from you.
Michael, what? I
Like
just asked
what?
the question.
I only asked you about that thing. Why do you think I care about that thing I asked you about that was unrelated to what I started the email with? Because obviously I actually cared about that more than I actually cared about doing the research of the topic I was supposed to be making this video about. And obviously more than the topic of this actual video, which is still actually kind of about that thing. Oh my god.
Speaking of projection and deflection, Catherine.
I'm proud of my sources. I love my sources. And you know what? I call Kristen Decker mom because I'm estranged from my mom. And she's been like a mom to me when I haven't had a mom to talk to. And I hope everyone can find that kind of love and kindness in someone. And when you have...
I don't know who that is. I also don't care. Like, that's not the point.
You asked her the question, and now you're mad she's answering, that she has a good relationship where she calls somebody mom, who is one of the Duggars, who you should know about if you were covering Katie. Did you just not hear the last name? You don't have to, like, huh? You can't follow that? What's the point of the video? Why did you ask? Why are you mad she answered you? What the I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, guys. I don't understand what world I'm living in. In what world? Oh, the glasses are fake. I don't know why she's wearing them. Like they're not prescription, I mean. It's bizarre. It's so weird. Why would you be mad? You sent her an email. Now you're making a video claiming she's lying about you, but all you've shown so far is that she answered you, but you don't like the way that she answered you, and when she answers your question, you're like, bitch, I don't care. No wonder you're not currently a journalist, and you probably never will be based on this. What? I don't even... I can't. I should have gone to the grocery store today and got some mixer for my alcohol. She doesn't like that Katie didn't answer her email but answered her on a public platform, but then is snooty about the answer. Like, why are you snooty about the... Like, I don't know who that is. It's not even the point. Who cares? It's like... What? Dude, I need a Tim the Toolman Taylor gif.
I really can't with this girl. I can't.
In someone. And when you have loving relationships like that with your sources, they will learn to, you trust each other, you build relationships. That's not a bad thing.
I didn't say it.
Actually, it's part of the process of building sources and building connections and building like an information web. You have to, if somebody's going to be a journalist and is going to be reporting or talking about things in the public that are going on and they want private information or information that is not readily available, then they have to get along and be on good terms with people who will provide that information to them. And there has to be a level of trust. Cece obviously doesn't know how to do that. And I say that because I saw her emails because she posted them. And that does not, the emails that she sent are not conducive to being trustworthy, nor are they conducive to even opening a conversation. It's a level of arrogance and a level of, like, passive-aggressive nonsense that, like, why would anybody fucking bother with you? Unless... I could see somebody bothering with Cece if they're trying to start shit. Like, if they think they can use her and her platform, which is where you get your Katie Parkers from.
Ma'am. I also don't think that having trust with your sources and having those, like, professional relationships with, like, certain experts and other people, like, in this field or anything like that, I don't think that that's a bad thing. I also didn't say that, Katie Joy. Hey, Katie, listen up. I know you're not going to watch this because you're crazy. Get it together. Like, what are you doing?
I'm so grateful.
I'm gonna pull it up again. What does this say? What do you say to those who think that you crossed boundaries with individuals involved in the stories you report on, or rather that you get too involved? And here's the thing. I didn't watch the video from before this, so I don't know if Cece actually presented that or not, but she's behaving and acting as if she did. So I would have to actually go in there and watch that video, and I don't want to. So if somebody else wants to go and bother with this bullshit, let me know in the comments down below with a timestamp of when Cece Suarez, if at all, makes a claim that Katie Joy is involved or too involved with her fucking sources or whatever.
To all of you that have been so kind and so considerate and so understanding. You have no idea how scary it was to post that video yesterday. I have remained silent on this for years because everyone has bullied me anytime I've tried to speak, and I'm done being bullied. I'm done being intimidated. That email...
You're telling me it's the first time you've ever talked about this publicly? The first time you've...
No, that's not what she's saying. She is saying that this is the first time she's made a video in the style that she has, because every time she's tried to talk about it, meaning she has talked about it before, she's already acknowledging that she's talked about it before, she's gotten bullied and shut down, in her opinion. That's what she said. Weren't you the one earlier that's like, oh, you can't read, better pay attention? Hey, Cece, do I need to get some keys to jangle in front of you? Child? Sar said, for 5, said, she's not going to watch someone attacking her because she's crazy. What does that even mean? Yeah, yes, she said, like, Cece is setting it up as if it's absurd for Katie, it's crazy for Katie to not watch this video, and she's a psycho for not watching Cece's video, which is a bizarre, arrogant, egotistical thing to even say. Do I expect Cece's gonna watch this video? I don't care. I don't care if Cece watches this video or not. It literally doesn't matter to me one way or the other. I'm not breaking this down for Cece's benefit. I'm breaking this down for your benefit, good viewer. 1, for entertainment purposes, and 2, she makes a pretty good example of how to recognize bullshit when you see it. And it's also kind of involved with all the court shit that I've been having to deal with, and like, it's only fair, right? I said I was gonna watch it. I don't know if I can...
Ever talked about Steve McRae, first time you've ever talked about Llama Girl, first time you've ever talked about Renell. You talked about the same
that's not what she said.
back in 2022.
How do you know she talked about it back in 2022? How do you know that she's been going on about it if you said you don't follow her and you talked about how you don't really watch her content? Or is that not what you meant? And you said you were blocked on everything. So... And no, Katie never talked about the fucking Charlotte situation. So trying to falsely... It's a false equivalence, or she's conflating two things. She's conflating Katie Joy talking about being harassed, or Katie Joy talking about Steve, with Katie Joy extrapolating and elaborating and explaining the situation with Charlotte as if they are the same thing. They are not the same thing. Cece, and you should be able to recognize this if you use any of that, critical thinking you need to do journalism that you want to do so bad. So maybe you should start practicing.
When I did that video on you, like, how do I get off this ride? I did not buy a ticket.
And I'm done being bullied.
Leave. That's how you get off the ride. And in fact, you did buy the ticket. You emailed her and stuck your fucking nose right in there. So if you're gonna stick your nose up Katie Joy's ass and then get a bunch of shit wrong, that's you. That's you making your own problem.
I'm done being intimidated. That email from Cece was just another intimidation tactic of, well, I'm going to put a video out about you, Katie. I'm going to try to paint you in a bad light.
Actually, no, it wasn't. And also, I'm not painting you in a bad light. This paints you in a bad light.
Actually, yes, you did. That's exactly what you were doing, and that is exactly what that video had, or what that email had. Look, I'll show it to you again. Oh, look at, ooh, look at all the accusations. Ooh, I'm going to make a video about you. Ooh, last time it wasn't a very positive response. Ooh, these emails, you're presenting these emails like they make you look good, and they do not make you look good. Even the original one doesn't make you look good. Katie's responses that you showed actually make Katie Joy look more reasonable. These you're acting like Katie's the one doing the things that you are doing. And don't get me wrong, like I said before, there are things to criticize Katie Joy about, but you shouldn't have to make shit up if she's the menace of the internet. What is she, fucking Onision? Like, get the fuck out of here. This is small potatoes ass shit.
Where's Puxatawny Phil? This is Groundhog's Day. She's Puxatawny Phil. I'm Bill Murray, where she's like,
not.
You're threatening me by emailing you and asking you for a statement. And
that's not what she said. It's a nice straw man you've built, though.
And then she's saying, again, she's like, well, it's a hit piece. She says that in a little bit. And it's like, no, it's actually not, because I'm giving you a chance to talk about it. And actually,
nope. That is not what distinguishes whether something or not is a hit piece. Definitively, Little Miss Journalist. Little Miss Aspiring Journalist, you should probably learn about what a hit piece is. Wrong. Incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. Laughably wrong, even. I just checked their channel. Definitely some jealousy. Katie's got the numbers compared to Cece, just saying. Yeah, she does come off as very jealous and petty.
answer these like allegations and ththese questions. And I've also said, I don't want to say I don't care about any of that, but like that doesn't involve me. I'm just going off of what I have seen on the internet. It clearly does not understand journalism.
So did you do research or not? I'm just basing this off of what I've seen on the internet, such as, god damn.
Journalistic integrity, and like that's what you're supposed to do, is reach out to someone.
Is Cece going to address?
No, not necessarily, not in every situation. It's not you're supposed to, it's that when it is appropriate, see if you can get a statement. And nothing in your email was conducive to opening up a dialogue, and the way you get a statement is opening a dialogue. Nobody owes you anything, and your pretend attempt to be professional and reasonable is laughable at best. You are a joke. You would get an F- for your grammar alone.
That Rennell has an actual stalking order out against her in the state of Kansas? That it's gotten to a point that...
No, because I don't care. It's literally not what this...
Not no, because you don't... The TROs and restraining orders don't go away because you don't care about them. You're the one who opened the email by talking about Charla, which is inherently... in February of 2024 about the ongoing litigation. If you didn't know that, you're a fool. Saying otherwise now is a joke. Being a journalist who cares about getting facts and information out there, and then disregarding and saying you do not care about the very legitimate story and information that exists that includes lawsuits, is ridiculous, and quite frankly just seems like a straight up lie. You don't care because you don't have the information. You don't care because you don't think it works to your benefit to talk about it. You don't care because you're so much more interested in Katie Joy being wrong than the actual meat of the story of the people involved and what's going on, that it's absurd. You would rather hate on Katie Joy than put out actual factual information or even do a lick of research. You're lazy. You're discount. Sounds like she tried to pair Katie Joy with Charla to talk about other things. That's why she doesn't care that Katie Joy is talking about the TRO and ROs obtained by Charla. She's baiting her. She tried to bait Katie Joy with Charla. Yeah, it does sound like that, yeah. I don't think that would be wrong. I think that would be a reasonable interpretation, which apparently nobody's allowed to have, but CC.
This is about. But yeah, then I did. That lady.
It's been about that this whole video. You still haven't showed anything that Katie lied about, by the way. We're 30 minutes in. There's only 10 minutes left.
Has TRO against her in, I guess, in Kansas by the Charla lady. And I think it's in like March 7th or March 9th, something like that. 6th, I don't know, is when she has to go to court for that. And that sucks. But yeah, we mentioned that. We did court for her in, yeah, then I did. That lady has TRO against her in, I guess, in Kansas by the Charla lady. And I think it's in like,
that, who are you talking about? That lady. There's at least 3 or 4 ladies that have TROs and ROs respectively. Beta has a TRO. Aaron has a TRO. Rabbit has a TRO. Megan has a straight RO from my understanding. Rennell has a TRO. So she knows the dates, but doesn't know any of the people involved. She knows the dates, and has those dates, and got those dates from somebody. Who could she have, where? So she did all the research enough to know the dates of these TROs? And how they came about to some degree, because she has to know to some degree. Otherwise she couldn't make an assessment to say, well, that sucks for her. Why does it suck? How do you know it's not legitimate? Well, because you have some kind of information to have established that? You didn't ask Katie Joy any of those questions. You asked her completely arbitrary, irrelevant questions that were completely unrelated to the topic you started with. And it was the original topic of this video, which means you should know that. So then why don't you care? You could say, that's not what we're talking about right now, and we can talk about that later. But you're dismissing it. Which is silly and absurd and assholey. I don't know who these people are. Bullshit.
Like March 7th or March 9th, something like that, 6th, I don't know, is when she has to go to court for that. And that sucks. But yeah, we mentioned that. We did mention that.
That Steve has a stalking order out against him. Is she going to address that Erin has a stalking order out against her?
I don't know who half these people are, and I quite literally, again, not me dismissing.
I would like to point, it is, but I would also like to point out that every time that a list of names is given, the only time that Cece, like, bothers to stop the video is when Erin is mentioned. Maybe that's just a little weird thing that I noticed. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but every time she stops the video to clarify again and again and again that she doesn't know these people about the story she was working on and writing and had to email Katie Joy about, that she didn't know. She only ever verbalizes that I don't know who these people are when it's Erin's name that comes up. Side note, she does know who Steve is. She already admitted that. So, these people.
Anything that anyone has done, any experiences or harassment or anything, you know.
You already did throughout this video. Nice try, though.
Being scared for their life, any doxing, any like scary situations, or invalidate anyone's experience in any way.
You invalidated Charlotte at the beginning of this video.
But I don't care about that. That was not
Then why is this part in the video? You could have just edited out or clipped past it. Why are you here talking so much about how you don't care? This is silly. If you're like, oh, we're not talking about that, we're not going to address it, you wouldn't have want. Are you just mad that you weren't able to connect Charla and Katie Joy together? And if you had, then you would have really cared? Is that why? You did the work, but then weren't able to, like, make that connection?
my point. I was simply doing what's called a courtesy and asking if you
I was just doing Katie Joy a favor by being a complete bitch to her in emails like a professional. Aren't I such a nice guy?
Statement about it to see if I should make a video about it. Like, imagine your job is this stressful.
Is she going to...
Hold up. I don't think that's quite what she said in the email either. Hold on. I'm working on a video. So now the claim is, oh my god, we've changed again. All right, so now the claim is, I didn't know I was going to make a video, so I reached out to Katie Joy the day of that I needed to get this video done and edited so I could put it out for my sponsor. And so I emailed her saying I'm working on a video. But you did all this research about it and had all this information. Nobody else noticing a pattern of contradictory bullshit? Does Cece Suarez's following just not, like, just trust her implicitly? I mean, that's what I ran into with Rabbit, right? Rabbit and Rabbit's followers just, like, implicitly trust her to be saying true things without actually validating it or explaining it. Yeah, she also misspelled Charla's name in the email, yes. Oh, you're correct. Childish? A good word for it.
To address that Veda has a stalking order against her? And is she going to admit that she has been colluding with these same people because she doesn't like me and she is a competitor of mine?
Who the f am I colluding with? I'm not colluding with anybody. I've answered.
Yes, you are. Later on in this video, in a minute or two, she shows Rabbit's emails. She's been talking to Renelle. She's made that clear. She spoke to Steve. She's made that clear. Even in her first video. Where is she getting these accusations from? Oh, even in the other email, she's saying people are saying this. Who's saying this? What would you say to people who think this thing? Which people think this thing? Cece? We know which people think this thing. It's fucking Steve and Co. We love the company. The company. Even if we die, we love the company. No. Hello. Cece thinks we're all fucking stupid. She thinks her audience is dumb. It's not even us. It's not us that Cece's talking to here. She's explaining to her own audience. She doesn't think you guys are stupid. She doesn't know who you are. She thinks her own audience is fucking stupid.
Emails from people, and basically like the only emails I've sent back are like, yeah, this lady's nuts, send me more information. Or if you
don't care about Charla and that situation, why are you asking for more information? And you just admitted that people are sending you emails and that you don't know who they are. Weird. Who would be sending Cece emails about Charla? Can we put 1 + 1 = 2? Could we maybe take a wild guess? We know it's at least Rabbit. Pretty good chance it's Renelle. And Veda's the one who came up with the nonsense thing. She's definitely talking to Aaron. At least has spoken to Aaron. I'm gonna need some... I'm convinced. Again, if you don't want people to know that you know about who somebody is, don't wear glasses that show everything that's showing on your fucking screens. Listen, if you're gonna lie to me, at least do it well. Have some respect for your audience that you don't, like, lie from one breath to another in, like, one video of just continual bullshit. If you're gonna, like, at least treat your own audience with some respect.
You know, have this or that, please send me that. As I do with every situation, if you want me to look into something, if you want me to do something, if you want me to have wine mouth, I will. But yeah, I say constantly, you need to send me an email on it, and you need to send me that information so that I can go over it and show me proof and have links and blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, it's hearsay. So,
and then otherwise, what is this, a courtroom? Also, you said you also did your own research. Or do you not actually do your own research, and your research is relying on other people to send you all of the information so you can just repeat it in a nasally condescending voice for everybody? Are you nasally because you pick your nose so much? Is that where that's coming from? You have trouble with your sinuses? You can go to a doctor about that.
So that I can, like, look into it and do research. I'm not just going to make a video off of one thing that someone says, literally half my channel. But in, like, regards to this actual allegations, Katie Joy, I don't...
I'm not just going to make a video about this one thing that somebody says, and then says that that's exactly what she does. And then after explaining why doing that would be absurd and ridiculous. Wait, just because you acknowledge the plot hole doesn't mean the plot hole goes away. What? Excuse me?
I don't not like you because of these people. I don't like you because your content's lazy, and I don't like the way that you...
I don't like you because you do the same thing I do, but have better numbers than me. Let me translate that for you real quick.
But in, like, regards to this actual allegations, Katie Joy, I don't not like you because of these people. I don't like you because your content's lazy, and I don't like the way that you interact with people on the interwebs, and you're obnoxious and just seem like a human. So that's why I don't like you. There's
Sorry, I muted myself. Sorry, she said she was, what'd she say? She said a shit human. She said she was obnoxious. She said she was lazy. And she said, what? I missed the other one. Wait. Shit human. Obnoxious. Didn't like the way she communicated with other people. And she was lazy. Okay, well, Cece, I don't hate you. I don't know your content. From this video, I think that this video itself is you being a shitty person, you being obnoxious, you being shitty to other people on the internet, and lazy. It's almost like Cece is just complaining that Katie is better at her than, or better at this than her. Better at her than this. Actually, that's actually very accurate. That's accidentally correct. Because Katie is still making more money. Katie is still getting more numbers and more views. And Katie is also talking about what could arguably be considered more relevant things, depending on how relevant you view, like, you know, cults and stuff and whatever. You know what I mean? I don't like you because your content is lazy. You don't do sponsorship last minute like me. Like, me, the superior being with journalistic professionals like 10 out of 10, adjusts fake glasses. Excuse me. This is a joke, right? Like, tell me you take yourself too seriously with your fucking, what is that, a Yeti mug? Or is that like the one that's got like lead paint on the inside of it? Because I'd buy that.
There's more reasons, but those are the main ones. Yeah, you're just insufferable in general. You just got, you know, that stank about you. Not colluding with anyone, bud. Yeah. It's possible for people to just...
Oh, yeah? I just hate Katie, because it's the easiest thing to do.
Not like you.
I have nothing against Cece. I think Cece could do a good job if she would get out of these weeds.
This is my...
I don't think Cece could do a good job. I think she's too stupid. I don't think she has the emotional maturity or the intelligence to be able to do a good job at this. In the same way, I don't believe Aaron has the emotional maturity or the intelligence to do a good job. It would take too much self-reflection, and people who are like this are too up their own ass to be able to do that. In my opinion. You're insufferable in general. Girl! Girl! Oh. Nah.
That stank about you. Not colluding with anyone, bud. It's possible for people to just not like you.
I have nothing against Cece. I think Cece could do a good job if she would get out of these weeds.
This is my job. I do that. I do a good job. My channel.
No. It being your job doesn't mean you're doing a good job at it. Those are different things. Again, not what Katie said.
Channel is growing. I'd say I'm putting out really pretty great content that I'm actually very proud of. Way better than this lady's content. And then she says that I'm a competitor of hers.
How do you know? And also, before you start being like, I'm not really a competitor of hers because I'm better than she is. No. You already said that you talk about the same kind of people, so sure. I
found this to be so rich. Oh my lord. Lady? Who's competing? I surely am not. You're at that starting line all by yourself, boo-boo. This is just hilarious because we might be in the same sport, Katie Joy, but we are not in the same league, I'll tell you that.
So then you're competitors. All right, so listen, what the more intelligent, this is why I said CC is not intelligent enough to do this. What she's saying, or the better way to phrase what she is trying to say, eats booger. She eats booger. God damn it, Smitty. The more intelligent way of explaining the concept of what she's getting at is to say that they're not competitors because of the way they do their content. So, for example, Katie does her content at talking about things at this level, and Cece is talking about content in this level. So they can talk about the same things but not have the same approach, meaning that their audiences do not cross over because what you're competing for is viewership. So if your viewership is the same viewers, then you're competing, right? So if the people who watch Cece are, because Cece covers the same type of thing as Katie Joy, because it doesn't have to literally be the Duggars, it doesn't have to literally be the same MLMs, right? It doesn't have to be literally the same cult, because people only have so much time, right? So what you're competing for is those people's time. Who are you going to watch? Are you going to watch Cece's video that covers this specific person that is still in line with the same type of overarching content as Katie Joy, right? So the analogy or the allegory here is that we may talk about the same types of people, but we do not cover them in the same way or talk about the same things. I'm not talking about what happened on Sister Wives. I'm actually talking about the nuances of character writing or the nuances of camera angles or cinematography. That would be talking about the same types of topics without having competing audiences, because Cece's or Katie Joy's viewer base are not interested in the machinations of a camera or cinematography. I don't suspect that Cece nor Katie Joy's audience are going to be interested in my social construct breakdown of this type of video, right? Or like what I'm talking about is generally social engineering or social studies and philosophy, right? So, for example, I'll use my channel as an example. I talk about a lot of different things, right? And it ends up being a variety channel, which doesn't necessarily work in my favor in the algorithm. But I don't care about that. Like I said, numbers are bullshit. That's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is the conversation. And so the thing that is consistent across my channel is not necessarily the individual thing, it's how we break it down and what we discuss. That's where the consistency comes in. Because what I like to portray and what I like to put out there and what I like to engage in is that it doesn't matter if you're Mr. Beast, H3H3, or fucking Unirock. I will cover you and talk about you in the exact same fucking way with the exact same kind of fucking standards. Because I'm not the one imposing the standards. I'm not going to treat Katie Joy and Cece as if they're the same fucking person. I'm going to hold them to whatever standard they present themselves as. Which is interesting enough, both of them present themselves as if they're fucking journalists. So that's like a fun little, like, you know, crossover there, but, you know, whatever. It's just not the way I do things. I'll talk about Ben Shapiro the exact same way and say, like, that's where my consistency comes in. That, okay, well, let's look it up. Okay, well, that's not what that is. Here, let's break it down. That's a fallacy. That's not this. That is that. And then you can then take that information, learn from it, and not get scammed by people, like, making shit content like this anymore.
And sure, she might have more subscribers than I do. That don't mean in my opinion, her content is lazy. I mean, have you seen her thumbnails? What is that? What are those?
You want me to explain? I can explain this. That's game theory green. The point of a thumbnail isn't to look good in a spread on your page. If they're on your page, you've already caught them and they're there. A thumbnail is supposed to stand out amongst a plethora of other content. And actually, it follows along pretty closely with your thumbnails, except your thumbnails are harder to read because they're white. They're less eye-catching than the green ones. That's why. It's faces of famous people, or like B-tier famous people, that her audience is already interested in because that's why they're there. And then it's a title about what the video is about. And if you actually look through and read these titles, it's actually considerably clear about what the video is. As opposed to your video, which is titled, Katie Joy is Lying About Me Proof, and you haven't demonstrated that at all. Would I believe that Katie would lie about you? Sure, I'd believe that. I'd be like, yeah, okay, what did she lie about? And you present me this? You haven't shown her lying about you. You've shown a difference of fucking opinion. And quite frankly, actually, I think you showed more that Katie Joy's opinion is more accurate, and you can't see past your own nose.
But sticking to You know when people will just take the bad position just to be different? I'm starting to believe that anti-KJ isn't anti-me. It's literally anti-everything I stand for. It's anti-everything I believe in. So if I believe abuse is bad, they believe abuse is good.
Quite the false dichotomy we have going here. Quite the logical fallacy, if you will.
I don't feel bad for bringing up logical fallacies anymore. No, it's not. A false dichotomy is saying either this or this is true, and it can only be those two things. And it only applies when you're making an argument. That's not what Katie said. Katie said that she's starting to believe that these people who are anti-her, so they're people that are already against her, that doesn't mean that there aren't other options that people can be. It means that these are the ones that she's talking about, right? These are the ones that she's talking about. And that those people aren't actually against her personally. They're actually more against, they like are more, I think this is kind of a silly thing to say, to be honest. They're against what she believes in. I would probably be more inclined to think something along the lines of, these people hate Katie Joy so much that they will be anti anything she says, regardless of if it's true or not, which is something that we've seen from Cece, right? Cece thinks that fucking everything Katie Joy says it does is wrong, that she doesn't care to learn about the actual harassment that has gone on, which is what she was asked to talk about. Because that's what she said she was asked to talk about, right? And that she had totally researched it, but somehow also doesn't know who anybody is. Actually, that's not what that fallacy is. So no, incorrect. Nice straw man, though.
This is Looney Tunes. This is Looney Tunes. I would say it's not really an unpopular opinion to dislike her and dislike her content and just that air about her. I don't know. I just think it's interesting that she assumes that everyone who doesn't like her or will speak out against her or disagree with her all are only doing that to like be cool or for clout or because.
Nice straw man. She literally said none of those things in what you presented. And this is the third time.
Because it's like the cool thing to do to try to be different. I'm not like other girls. I don't like Katie Joy. What? Excuse me? Oh, Lord, lady. Yeah. No. It's possible to not be.
You literally made a video shitting on Katie, saying she lied about you without actually any proof of her lying about you because you were lazy and in a rush to make a video for your sponsor. Shut the fuck up.
A part of like that binary thinking where it's like, well, if this is true, then that's false. It's like,
that's
no.
Not
I
what
can
she
think your
said.
content and I don't like it. And I don't like the way you interact with the world in general and just you as a human. But then I can also agree with you on certain things. Like two things can be true at once, lady.
If I say something's a cult, they say it's not a cult. If I say a man has been accused of raping 3 women.
The 7M, for example, Katie said that this is a cult and talked about it. They've been pretty established as being so, and they're in a lawsuit fighting defamation on it. Aaron said it wasn't a cult and said that it was okay for some poor girl to get dropped off and abandoned at a hospital and then locked out of her apartment by these people because Katie Joy said that was fucked up. That's the only reason she said that. It's very clear. Cece, you just hate Katie Joy enough or just lazy enough to just... What? I can understand not knowing some of these niche things, because I would say knowing that Aaron said that is a niche thing, and the only reason I know Aaron said that was because I was watching Aaron's content for court. But don't run around and pretend that what Katie is saying isn't true just because you don't like Katie and not actually doing the work or the investigation or the research that you claim you do. Just because you want to say she's wrong. Well, it's not an unpopular opinion. So? And? You're making her point for her, dumbass. Somebody should get CC a sponsor for, like, you guys remember, like, the critter goop? Like the green, like the toxic critter goop from like the 90s. You can't.
Women, they will say 3 women lied about being raped by that man. They will automatically take the opposite position regardless of truth.
Oh, it's false, buddy.
I say a man has been
No,
accused.
it's not. It's definitively not true. That is in fact true. How do you can't just say nuh-uh and no you, which is ostensibly the whole argument that CC makes in this video so far.
Accused of defrauding banks of $30 million. They will say he sued you for defamation.
But both of those things are true. Quite literally, 2 things can be true at once. He sued you for defamation. And then the thing...
Right, but she's talking about the presentation of the information, CC, keep up. She's saying that Katie made a claim that person X did something. They will say, but he sued you for defamation, as if that invalidates this claim, or as if these things didn't matter, or as if this is valid. Can you please keep up and understand what the conversation is about, Cece? It's not that fucking hard, okay? She's not saying both of those things can't be true. She's not talking about the truth or the facts of the matter. She's talking about that this happens, and then they talk about this instead. This happens, they talk about this instead. She's not saying these things didn't happen. She's not claiming she wasn't sued for defamation. That's not what she said. Again, there are plenty of things to pick on Katie for. There are plenty of boogers to be picked in your nose. That does not mean that you should be making shit up to try to bullshit. It makes it harder. It invalidates reasonable, good criticism against Katie Joy and buries it in bullshit. It makes it harder for people to criticize Katie Joy because it makes it easier for Katie to dismiss you and all of your criticism as a bunch of fucking crazies who just make shit up all the time, which makes it very difficult to get any legitimate criticism through to her fan base or her followers, which seems to be the goal of all these people, quote unquote, we need to save the world from Katie Joy. They literally call her the Antichrist. They call her a manipulative, demonic monster to people who believe that demons are real. And that's the people you're getting your information from. How do I know that? You told me.
Things you were talking about were seen to be true, and then he went to prison. So, like, you're not making a point.
And I say he's in prison for 12 years right now.
Yeah, all 3 of those things are true, girlfriend.
They'll say Tati Westbrook sued you. And I'll say Tati and I actually settled.
But she still sued you.
And Tati and I are on good terms. And
if you focus on the fact that Tati sued her and dismiss the resolution of the case, which is what Cece did at the beginning of this, and then utilized that to springboard speculation about the relationship between Katie and Tati, then you're misrepresenting the facts of the matter. You said Tati settled and then went on a thing, which is incorrect. They both settled because you have to have the agreement of both parties, which is misinformation because you don't like Katie Joy, which is pathetic. Because if Katie Joy is as bad as you claim her to be, you shouldn't have to do that. And the fact that you have to go all the way back to Tati to find shit to criticize her about. Man, I haven't watched Katie Joy in a long time, but maybe I should, because apparently she's fine now. Because nobody has any criticisms of her shit recently.
in fact, I was with Tati's lawyers this fall. Yeah, this fall. There's no love lost between Tati and I. If I was on bad terms with Tati, why would I be helping Tati right now?
Yeah, why would you, Katie? Probably because that was the stipulation of her, allegedly, in my opinion, dropping her suit against you, was so that you would help them. You're not just helping her out of the goodness of your own heart. That's not how that works. At least I don't think it. I don't think she would. This is, I think that this is like false altruism and all that, but whatever. This lady, such a Looney Tune. Again, this is all my own opinion, not legal advice, not stating anything as fact.
Why would I have agreed?
See? That's the thing I just said. But on top of that, in addition to, Katie Joy and Tati could have come to an agreement and then through working together mended the bridges or let water be under the bridge. Cece, two things can be true at once. Can't it? Can it not? So what Katie is saying here can be true and also have a legal obligation. Both of those things can be true at the same time. So it's a nice false dichotomy that you just presented to me based on a straw man that you built off of something that Katie Joy didn't actually say. But I'm not going to buy your fallacious bullshit and your logical fallacies in your presentation and your argument about what you believe or think is actually the case. So, shove it up your nose.
To help her with her legal case against her business partner.
Because she dropped the case against you.
Why would she ask for my help if she thought I was a terrible person and wasn't credible?
Those aren't the same.
Why did she drop her case against me? Because there was no defamation, and I have nothing against Tati. I wish her and her husband nothing but the best.
Does she think that everyone's dumb?
They'll look at me as the problem.
She thinks you're dumb, and she would be correct.
But they won't look at, oh, Todd Chrisley's in prison. Was I wrong about anything I said about Todd? Did he steal money? Did he cause banks to fail? Was he sentenced?
Huh?
In prison? Does the federal government say that he owes them $17 million? Yep, it does. I'm not going to be gaslit, not today. So Cece, you can make your video. You're blocked. I will never get another email from you. Do not contact me ever again. And this is me being very honest. Do not contact me. If you contact me again, I'll consider that harassment. It's unwanted contact at this point. You're not a...
3 emails are harassment, just in case y'all didn't know that. Apparently, 3 emails are harassment. You heard it here first. 3 emails.
No, the 4th email would be harassment, dumbass. Also, you said 2 emails before when it was actually 3, and now you're saying 3, and before you said it was 11 a.m., and then you said it was almost midnight. So, you're all over the place, and still chose not to edit or fix any of that over multiple rewrites from what you were describing on Instagram. See? Oh, sorry, on YouTube. Still waiting for approval, y'all. Without a crystal ball video, not a deep dive, just reaction, receipts, and opinions. Should be up tonight. I had to do an edit for the sponsor, but I was also able to add in comments she made under a live stream last night and our email communication from... She knows... CC found fucking Kathy P's video, but doesn't know who Aaron or Veda is, or even me for that matter. Somebody who was a witness in the case she was asking about with Charla? Huh? So you're just, like, lying or you're bad at your job. It can't be both. It can't be... I guess, no, that's not true. It could be both. You could be lying and be bad at your job, I guess. What I should say is it can't be neither. It has to be one of those or both of those. Oh, good lord. Oh, I also got this one that she posted on Instagram. Let me zoom this one in for you real quick. Oh, it's almost like I looked things up. Oh, look at all the research. Does that research feel good to you? Some tasty-ass research. My least favorite corner of the internet. To Charla McIver from CC Suarez Makeup at 12 a.m. I don't know what the date is on this. I will not be editing or removing my video. I did not violate anyone's privacy. I'm assuming it was you that submitted the privacy claim through YouTube on my video. assuming. YouTube has emailed me back and let me know they will not be taking down my video. Yeah, because we know YouTube is the best at recognizing harassment on their own. That's why Onision had a platform for so long. Why Jared Genesis is an IP banned. Taking down my the be all end all YouTube bots. Trying to as it does not violate their privacy guidelines. Sure. Trying to have someone's opinion removed from the internet because you disagree with it or don't like it it's not okay. Sure. My video was not about you. This video is about Charla. The whole thing's not about Charla. This is the thing that keeps happening. These fucking people keep trying to put these videos out that are about Katie Joy that are actually about Charla. It's fucking weird. Like that Erin video where she's breaking her TRO all over the place. So she's breaking the court orders by using Charla's name all over the place in a video where she's talking about Katie Joy. My video was about my communication with Katie Joy. Then why are you talking about fucking Rabbit? And why are you talking about Charla and the Facebook group? And why did you show an email correspondence saying you were making a video about Katie and her association or lack thereof with Charla at the beginning of the video? Yes, it was. That's what it was about. Your mental health and diagnosis are none of my business. When covering anything regarding you in the future video pertaining to Katie Joy, I will refer to court documents, and that is all. I wish you the best, and I do not wish to communicate with you further. Wow. Dumbass. It's okay. No, 12 a.m. was what she said earlier. Look, hold on, I gotta pick my nose. Oh.
Emails, that's harassment.
That harassment. It's unwanted contact at this point. You're not a investigative journalist if you're going to email me and claim that people that are actually stalking someone and have an order of protection out and they're the perpetrator, and you're going to make me the bad guy.
Girl, you're not an investigative journalist if you can't read.
Go look at Renell's channel.
No, you. You're not an investigative journalist if you can't read or listen, Cece.
Are you so clouded in your anger towards me that everything I do is wrong?
No one in this household is angry at you. I'm angry at my wine mouth. But I'm not angry. Why would I be angry at you?
Did she just stick the finger she was picking her nose with in her mouth? Did she just stick the finger she was picking her nose with in her mouth? For the rest of the stream, Chesh can pick her nose sarcastically and play it off as a joke. Yes. You want me to pick my nose and show you a booger? I'll do it. I'm a goblin. I'm allowed to do that kind of shit. Side question, what is wine mouth? Wine mouth is when the if you're drinking red wine in particular, it stains your lips and it'll stain your teeth and it'll stain your tongue a little bit of a deeper color of red. There's also, like, depending on who, well, that's what she's referring to, but I'm gonna make Manya vomit if I do that. My own mother would watch this video and also vomit if I did that. Another way that I believe it can be called is wine mouth is when you drink too much wine, your mouth starts to feel like it's got cotton in it. Sometimes it's called cotton mouth. Usually that happens like the next day. So what she's referring to is like the staining of teeth or lips or tongue when you drink a lot of wine. The same way like your tongue will change color when you eat a popsicle. But you have to drink like a considerable amount of wine to get wine mouth, especially for it to stain your teeth. So take that information and do with it what you will.
I'm a little bit spooked and a little bit aghast. I mean, really, am I surprised? No. I expected her to be like this.
Why are you spooked? What are you afraid of? That's a weird thing to say.
But who's angry? Could not be me, ma'am.
And my business practices are none of anyone's business.
Doth the lady protest too much?
That actually feels like a business tort of interference. If you try to speak to your competitors about their business
Watches Legally Blonde once and just starts saying the word mens rea 17 times a day.
about their business practices and how they run their business to get private and secret information, that can be considered trying to interfere in someone's business.
Who was trying to get secret information from you? I asked you quite literally for a statement regarding a situation that you are involved with. Now, this situation might not be...
Katie's not involved with Charla, first off. Second off, you asked her about her relationships with her sources. That is directly related to her business. So yes, you did. Whether you think it counts as legally tortious interference or not is a different question. We're back to this problem where you're putting the cart before the horse. You're trying to throw shade or dismiss or undermine what Katie's saying by jumping over here instead of addressing the stuff leading up to it. So you need to build that case, and you haven't.
Be your fault, but it is your problem because it has...
I would also say that it's a mistake. I would criticize Katie Joy and say it is a mistake for Katie to make that kind of a statement or make that kind of a leap in logic as well, to go as far as to say that it's tortious interference, or to say that, however, in Katie's defense, she also said it could be considered this, and she's saying that on the fly where she's not stating it as a fact. She is spitballing about this could be the case, right? She's like, oh, this just occurred to me that that's actually interfering with my business practices as a potential competitor. So if that were actually go to court, so if I was going to criticize Katie, I'd say, okay, so if that was actually going to go to court, then you would have to, first off, demonstrate that you are competitors, which means that you have the same audience. So you'd have to demonstrate that, and I think that would be a little bit difficult. However, YouTube does have this handy dandy little thing that'll say people who watch this also watch this. So you might be able to find that. Katie could also reach out to her audience and ask them to provide her proof that or acknowledgement that they watch CC Suarez, right? That they regularly peruse her content to make that establishment. Then you would also have to you'd have to establish that she was trying to interfere, that CC was trying to interfere with the business and how, and that she was like digging for trade secrets, which I think is a stretch for asking about sources and the relationship too. Do I think it's an appropriate question? Maybe not. Definitely not in the email that she sent. That made no sense and was not professional and was passive aggressive, if not antagonistic. But you know, it's all Katie Joy's fault.
has stemmed from you. I asked your opinion. I was not trying to get secret information.
No, you didn't. You didn't ask for an opinion. You said you were doing her a courtesy and a favor and that she could respond with a statement. You actually didn't ask anything. So, you're lying. If we're gonna nitpick lying so hard, because if we're gonna nitpick Katie so hard and call some of these things a lie, which, then fine, we'll pick CC the same way. CC, you're lying by the same standard that you're saying that what Katie is saying is a lie. I don't think this is a lie. I think she just misunderstands the way she comes across in emails. I don't think she's actually lying. But she didn't ask.
You absolute dingus. This woman this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing for her.
That's a civil litigation.
I agree. This is very embarrassing for CC. It's very embarrassing for her.
It's a civil litigation. Then come for me, babe. Go for it. Do it. Let's go. I'm ready.
She's not threatening you with civil litigation, you dipshit. You dingus. She's telling you that fucking Charla's litigation is civil. It's a civil case that you asked her about. Jesus fucking Christ, Cece. Fucking, can you listen for 30 seconds?
This woman this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing for her.
That's a civil litigation.
It's a civil litigation. Then come for me, babe. Go for it. Do it. Let's go.
Or is Katie talking about the civil litigation for tortious interference?
I'm ready. Listen, girl, my baby's 6 months old. I got this. I got more energy than I know what to do with now. So let's go.
You probably don't want to ask those kinds of questions.
You probably don't want to ask people for their statement. How dare you? Again, like, what are you doing? Learn about your job.
Telling someone that your lawyers are going to contact them isn't a threat. That's a consequence for behavior. It's not a threat if someone says, I'm going to have my lawyer contact you. Is that
Correct.
You made the choice to keep going and going and going after you were told to stop.
It could be a threat. In the email that Cece showed us, it was not a threat.
This is one thing that actually does, I don't want to say bother me, but one thing that I've noticed about this little lady, this little silly goose here, she will continue a rant into another rant and not clarify who she's talking about. So if you
You know, it might be helpful that if instead of watching Llama Girl's clips, you actually sat and watched Katie Joy's full content on her channel. So it's not clipped out weird, where you have to rely on Llama Girl being honest. Then it might benefit you, Cece. On the other hand, it might also be a good idea for you to script these videos and maybe watch them ahead of time first, and if there's something that you don't understand or don't grasp, don't jump to the most negative extrapolation you can fucking pull out of your nose.
You aren't used to her rants, you would probably think, wait, she's still talking about Chelsea? Is she still, like, right now, is she saying that I've continued, like, I have harassed her after she's...
She's saying that if you continue, she's going to view it as harassment and then is extrapolating a hypothetical. It's not hard to follow.
Asked me to stop? I have not harassed her. No. What's this little...
You can't say that. We already established that you don't know what harassment is because you think harassment is based on the percentage of videos that somebody has made about somebody else as opposed to the actual context. So you're wrong, and your assessment about whether or not you've harassed Katie Joy cannot be relied upon to be made by you. Besides, that would be a fucking... That would already be an issue of a conflict of interest, because I am not convinced that Cece would be able to look at herself objectively enough to be able to tell, and I don't think she can look at Katie objectively enough to be able to tell if Katie's been harassed or not, let alone if she's been harassed by Cece. That's a double whammy right there. And she doesn't know what fucking harassment is, so 3 strikes and you're out. You're gonna have to recuse yourself from this. I'm afraid you're not competent to do so.
Silly Goose talking about? She is the co-chair of the Silly Goose Association.
And I still haven't had my lawyers contact anyone because I'm trying to handle this the best way I know how, which is exposing the truth. If you need me to post the entire moderator call from September 23rd, 2023, I'll post the whole damn thing. Nikki.
That thing is out and has been out for a while now, where you have Steve and Veda and friends, the company, Megan, I believe, the company trying to collude, a cabal, if you will, trying to collude to frame Charla for something they're not convinced she did in California court, which could be really interesting journalistic content that you're yawning about.
He's on it. Veda's on it. Steve is on it. Megan's on it.
I've only heard of one of those people. I don't know who any of these people are, and I don't care. I mean, I know who some of them are, but like in an indirect way.
So which ones do you know? Do you know Nikki? You said you know some of them. Do you know Nikki and Megan? You already said you know Steve. Do you know Veda?
Hey, this woman.
The only reason Erin's not on it is because she's at work. But Erin was clearly...
Who's Erin?
discussed a lot. Renelle was not on it, and Katie was not on it. But Katie is on Steve's channel, on his panel, talking about me. Katie has a folder on her channel, and she had 42 videos about me. Katie created a GoFundMe with my name and image and said that I was sending an unstable stalker to her to take down her channel.
I mean, yes, saying that, like, so wholeheartedly that, like, that Katie Joy sent this person there when, like, you don't necessarily have proof of that. Sure, that's not great. But then also, like, the emails that I've seen from this Charla lady to the down a rabbit hole at, I keep wanting to say at midnight, at bedtime, Katie girl, is crazy. It's so strange. And then also Katie.
Oh, really? The emails from down the rabbit hole at bedtime that you got in February, are they the ones that she sent me when she approached me the way she likely approached you with those emails? Is it the same emails? The ones I debunked? Those emails? Or the ones that she says she's being harassed and threatened that she never sent because they don't fucking exist? Those ones? Hold on one second. Why don't I, last time I covered this, I did not, let me go to my sent drafts here. Last time I did not share the full emails because I'm a nice guy. I just showed parts of the emails that I was told to take a look at. However, let me show you the full ones this time. Why don't I get you guys the full thing? Shall we? Why not? Right? Why not? So let me get this on screen for you guys. I'm gonna open both of these emails ahead of time so you guys don't have to like try to finagle what I'm fucking trying to show you. Can I? Ugh, a pain in the ass. All right, hold on. Boop, boop. Let's see if these. Did I get two of the different ones? Yeah, here they are. Let's see if I got the right order. 19, 19, 11. Okay, yeah, perfect. This is the right order. So I'm going to take a quick break and I will come back and I will show you the emails and see perhaps if these are the same emails. I'll be right back. Sorry, I had to go make more tea as well. I need to get a more appropriate mug. Okay. Let's grab a screen share, shall we? Let's take a look-see. So, I didn't originally show the entirety of the email because I was kind of making a point. I only showed the parts that I thought were necessary, as opposed to the entire thing. But it seems appropriate to do so now. So this is my email. I'm just gonna show you guys the whole thing, because as opposed to screenshots, right? I'm just gonna show you guys the whole thing. Let me just crop this so it's a little bit more palatable. There we go. Just take that. There we go. Alrighty. We'll just move that over there. Let's zoom this in a bit. Cool. So I also did, by the way, have permission to share this. So if you're worried that I'm sharing something I shouldn't be, I have permission from Rabbit and Charla to send this, or to show this. I did originally, but I just didn't. So let's take a look-see, shall we? Charla forward lawsuit forwarded to people involved. Katie, meaning down the rabbit hole at bedtime. I'm not trying to make you fear or put you in danger. I was asking you to stop cyber stalking and online harassment that's targeted based on this was from December 8th. Again, this information was available before February publicly. CC, so you know. That's targeted based on a disability, which my PTSD is. PTSD is considered a disability. Is illegal and a violation of my civil rights. You could have reached out to me at any time without posting defamatory and harmful statements about me all over social media. How is that any better than the person you spend so much time trying to expose? Katie Joy. I am not a fan, a friend, or an employee of hers, Katie Joy. I also had no problem with you once you got permission to share the Patreon info, this is the initial issue that happened in the Facebook group that led to this entire thing. This is Katie Parker, down the rabbit hole at bedtime, stealing another content creator's paywall content and reposting it in other places without their permission. From my understanding, Rabbit Hole did go and get permission after the fact, but had no grasp of what she actually did wrong, or that it was actually a problem. In fact, Steve and friends all said, well, what's the big deal? They got permission anyway. What if they hadn't? The Facebook group and the admins are the ones that end up being liable in those scenarios. Anyway, that's where it started. Maybe that Steve and friends weren't just allowed to steal things and put other people at risk for doing so. Maybe you are naive or easily led, but any person reporting could have checked into the facts. Imagine that. I'm attaching information you could have easily fact-checked. Sassy was the one who refused to allow your content in the Facebook group. Aaron had those messages. This is a really interesting piece of information, if it's true, considering Aaron recently made that expose video of like, oh my god, maybe this person is that person. Maybe we'll talk about that again later. They are posted on Twitter. I bet they didn't tell you that. I had no problem with you. I didn't want to know anything about you. My dad has a blog online about IBLP and is still heavily involved. My Instagram was public when you started trashing my name. There is evidence of my life story there going back several years. You accused me of crimes based on gossip. I never used my husband's daughter's social security number to obtain anything. I have no relationship with them, but I am very close to my kids. The posts we have documented that you've made are completely false. That's defamation. I was trying not to involve you because I know you have a family, but I have filed an FBI report and have spoken to an agent at length. My attorneys are pursuing a defamation lawsuit on a contingency basis because of the amount of harassment and stalking is illegal at the state level and at the federal level. Instead of honoring the cease and desist, you have continued to make videos about me and disparaging comments. It only takes 2, but my attorney have documented dozens by you. This isn't what I wanted. I hope you would just stop. I am a private person with no platform and no public social media. Why would you think it's okay to call me names, make slanderous remarks about my character and my mental health, as well as posting about crimes I've done that never happened? Right. They accused her of crime, Cece. They accused her of stealing her daughter's social security number, and that's not the only crime they accused her of. They accused her of swatting somebody. They accused her of a lot of shit. They accused her of credit card fraud. Oof. I do not know. I thought you were a kind person, and I was reaching out to you in hopes that you would just stop. I have a copy of the video you edited as well as the one mocking my cease and desist, and the most recent one done after you acknowledged receipt of the cease and desist in messages that will be retrieved via subpoena in this lawsuit. I'm sorry you continued to involve yourself in it, because I was trying to keep you out of it by sending the cease and desist. I will absolutely obtain a protection from stalking order against you at this point. This is the blog. What is this one? Hold on, can I see? Yeah, okay, here's the Prairie View mental health stuff. I'm not going to go over this too much. I'm just going to show you that it exists. Charla, acknowledging that she is a patient who in fact does have PTSD, and why it would be wrong and problematic to call her a psychopath. So, unprompted, Rabbit sent this to me. And so if you don't know what happened with Rabbit, I recommend you going and checking out the second half of the Company Down the Rabbit Hole at Bedtime video, where she's just being a lying liar who lies, and she came barreling into a stream on my channel that Manya was doing. Manya, if you don't know, is a host on Dumbfuck Friday, and The Tavern, and our volcano show, Tracking Volcanoes. If you are commenting here and commenting about this channel or me and you don't know who Manya is, you didn't do enough work, quite frankly. She came barreling into a live stream making all these claims that she was being harassed, that she had been sent threats, that Charla had contacted her husband and was making threats to him and her family. And I said, and we both went, oh really? Can you show us that? And unprompted, she sent me these emails. These emails have no threat in them. There's no threat in this. Where is there a threat? She's saying, I am doing this. That's not a threat. That's a thing that is now happening. Also, legal action is not the same thing as like a standard threat. So, don't even start with me about that. She said that there were threats to her family and to her life. The response was, you do not have permission to share this email publicly. Yes, I did. Not only did you ask me to share it and talk about it publicly, but also I got permission. This is one of many, many emails I received from this and other accounts, including an account labeled John McIver. I will look for the emails I received from an attorney stating that he represented Charla. I have never received any emails directly from Katie Joy or a lawyer representing Katie Joy. only from a lawyer stating he represents Charla McIver. I have never directly spoken to Charla McIver that I am aware of. That can't be true based on their interactions and the issues in the Facebook group involving the Patreon content. So this is a lie. I am only participated in live chats when I have written or spoken her name on other people's channels. So you've talked about her and made accusations about her. And then that's it. She just sent me that. That's it. This is the other email she sent me. Forward. Hi, Catherine, as in down the rabbit hole at bedtime. I am a lawyer for Charla McIver. Over the past few months, she has suffered a severe invasion of privacy and many defamatory posts on various social media websites. Again, I repeat, I was not sent these by Charla. These were sent to me by Down the Rabbit Hole at bedtime. Unprompted. These were not the emails I asked for her to send to me. I am informed that you have engaged in this campaign. I demand that you refrain from posting about Miss McIver ever again. I also demand that you remove any post about her immediately. Please call me if you wish to discuss. These are serious matters. Blah, 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 blah. You don't have permission to share this either. And also, to be clear once again, I have never posted about this person. You said in this email that you did. I have written or spoken her name on other people's channels, as if that excuses it. I have never posted about this person. Bullshit! I've only ever been in other creators' live streams, which I made comments such as, quote, it sounds like this person may have serious mental health issues and should be left alone. That's not true. You came to me and Manya claiming she sent you harassing emails and threats, which you have not demonstrated. And now she's saying she's only talking about making comments, which could be viewed as verbal comments or written comments. Wishy-washy language. I tried to watch some of your streams because I like to watch people who have different points of view. I don't care. I have to be honest that I feel your comments and the way that Mayo, Manya, maybe stop using a racial name, like a racial slurry styled name to Manya, by the way, interacted with me, just rubbed me the wrong way tonight. I don't care. You made direct accusations of crime, and we said, okay, well, we're happy to look at it. Show us. Because we call bullshit. And you didn't. I had no idea it would be considered disrupting your stream to speak in the chat. I had no idea it would be derailing by being derailing. I thought it was free for anyone. You thought wrong. I run a very tight ship. I don't want to have further interactions, but I did want to send a small sample of the messages I received despite having little to no interactions with Charla. Oh, now it's little to no interactions, which is different from this email, which says, I have never directly spoken to Charla that I am aware of. And then this email says, I have had little to no interactions with Charla. I did once say in my video, I have some people sending me cease and desist over my Katie Joy content, and it's not Katie Joy. What? I never posted about this person. I've only talked on other people's streams. Except for that one time I talked on my own stream. But I just tell myself these people have mental health issues. Charla immediately sent me a cease and desist telling me to remove that video. I didn't remove the video. But I edited that part out in an effort to placate whatever is going on with these shenanigans. You mean you and your friends colluding to harass her and reaching out to larger creators like CC Suarez to use her platform to harass Charla? Like that kind of shenanigan? And all the court shenanigans? She has repeated messages. She has repeated messaged things to my husband, such as, quote, is this your wife's address, question mark, question mark. Where? That's the emails I was asking about. She never sent me these. To this day, she's never sent them to me. I'm guessing she is aware my husband works abroad and is not always with us at the house. I didn't ask about your fucking family, dude. I consider that weird, like trying to threaten, but I just ignore it for the most part. No, you don't, because you go running around in other people's fucking chats and going to people like CC Suarez and talking about it and bitching and fucking moaning so they make fucking videos about it. Weird. Start to arrange a bazaar. And so, again, if it makes you feel any better, December 8th, 2023, 22:59 Eastern Time. This one is December 8th, 2023, 1940 Eastern Time. How interesting. How funny. That's... Are these the emails that you got, CC? Were you not able to distinguish and read and figure out that this was a bunch of bullshit? Weird. Funny. Interesting. Yeah, she also went crazy commenting in a community post, but I don't want to go and pull that up right now just because, like, Cece, if you want to know, go watch the video. It's all there. You can even go and research the comment section and go find it if you want. Actually demonstrate that you're willing to put your money where your mouth is.
Joy goes on after these stories. This is basically over, so we're just going to stop. You can go watch it if you want. Katie Joy went on to say that down a rabbit hole at bedtime, that
she says you can go watch it if you want, but then provides no link to actually go find it and doesn't say where she got it from. So it's basically impossible to go watch it for yourself if you want. And if you do manage to find Llama Girl's post about it, which you can't even look for it via the date, then, or even like Kathy P's video as well, you can't, she gives no access or any kind of like way of finding the video she's talking about to verify if anything that is happening is true or when it took place.
Katie Joy goes on after these stories. This is basically over, so we're just going to stop. You can go watch it if you want. Katie Joy went on to say that down a rabbit hole at bedtime, that she used her RN license number or something like that to obtain Charla's medical records, when that's not true. To my understanding, Charla attached, it's not necessarily medical records, it's, I mean, correct. I guess technically it's an eval. So
technically, no, it's not. It's not an eval. It's a letter of, at best, a letter of assessment. It's a letter acknowledging that there is she is under care and has had an evaluation, and this is the conclusion. It's not actually the evaluation.
It's not necessarily medical records. It's, I mean, I guess technically it's an eval. So yeah, it is. But yeah, she attached that to an email that she sent down the rabbit hole, Katie. Like, she sent that girl. And it's like the
email that I just showed, that one.
Letter from her psychiatrist. It's
right. That's what it is. It's a letter from her psychiatrist.
So weird. It's so strange. It is so strange. And
it's why do you think it's strange? I'd be curious to know. I mean, I find it pretty easy to tell and figure out what's going on and why. It's not that hard. It's pretty straightforward, actually. But why do you think it's strange? I'd be curious to know.
And then she attached something about like Bill Gothard. She goes on in this email, and I'm pretty sure down.
Did you not read the email that was sent? She goes on about somebody who's high up in the IBLP because it's her father, dumbass. Did you not read the email? What were you making fun of, Katie, not being able to read emails earlier?
A rabbit hole at bedtime has made this public, but she's saying cyberstalking and online harassment that's targeted based on a disability, which my PTSD is illegal and a violation of my civil rights. Like, girl, what are...
That's a really condescending voice you're using for a very serious issue, but go on.
PTSD is illegal and a violation of my civil rights. Like, girl, what are you talking about? How are people supposed to, like, that would only be if it's targeted based on that. That person would have to have the intent and like the knowledge of,
Correct.
They would have to have the knowledge of that specific disability in order for that to be true. Like, that's not it. Maybe
Yes,
that's why
it is. That is actually absolutely it. Aaron knew explicitly that Charla had this issue. That's what, and so did Veda. That's why they were asking her to come on, because of her PTSD and what she suffered through leaving the cult, which you acknowledged you also knew happened, that she had left this cult and then went over here. You knew this, you know this, you said it earlier in the video. But you don't know who Aaron and Veda are, right? We're supposed to believe that, right? So you just don't know that these people have been explicitly calling her like a psycho and a psychopath and attacking her PTSD explicitly because they knew it existed, because she told them? Some research, you think you would know that. So yes, that is it. That is literally it. That's so why we're in court, bitch.
She posted that. Anyways, it's very strange that Katie Joy, without a crystal ball, posted that on her Instagram stories, or I think is where it was, and was like, yeah, this other person used her like nurse practitioner license or whatever to obtain these medical records.
Incorrect. These are two different things. You're conflating things again. The email that Charla sent to Rabbit had a letter in it, right? What Katie Joy is referencing in the Instagram post that you're not sharing and not showing said that Rabbit made the accusation that Rabbit used her RN license to get information that she otherwise ought not to have been able to obtain. What Rabbit said in text was that she reached out to the letterhead to confirm that Charla was a patient there. If that is true, then Rabbit there had to be a HIPAA violation, because medical practitioners are not allowed to tell you who is, especially if you're a random, who is and is not a client. So, the speculation is she used her RN license. Katie Joy went too far, in my opinion, by saying Rabbit definitively used her RN license. That's speculation, so to present it as if you know for a fact that she did this, I think isn't good. And this is what I was talking about. If you want to pick on Katie Joy, this is what you should focus on. Because she is representing a situation that she doesn't actually know and is speculating and presenting it as if it is fact. And that can be very dangerous when you are as large as Katie Joy is. But you don't want to do that. You actually don't even acknowledge that at all. That's not what you say here. You don't even properly provide the information. This is wrong. This is incorrect. Rabbit later corrected herself. She corrected herself and said, now whether you believe the correction or not, well, that's up to you. Again, you can go and watch those other videos to find that, to go more in depth to it. Rabbit corrected herself to then say that she just contacted the letterhead to confirm that it came from them, not that Charla was in fact a patient there. So she didn't actually get the HIPAA violation. She actually just confirmed that the letterhead did in fact send this, and this was legitimately from them, which would not be a HIPAA violation. That would be fine. So either she did violate HIPAA, or there was a HIPAA violation, which is something that happens all the fucking time, by the way. This is America we're talking about. There's HIPAA violations left, right, and fucking center. But whether or not she used her RN license to do it, and then whether or not you believe her correction. Because her correction is almost like just a different story entirely, as opposed to just a correction, right? So I don't know if I believe her or not, but you'd have to, look at the context and actually research the situation to come to a informed opinion, which I've heard are sacred.
That's not how that works. That's a HIPAA violation. And no, that girl didn't do that. She apparently had like received this and she's like, what the f-? She's like, is this real? So then she just called the number that was on there and then turns out it was real. And
How
now
do you know that? Is that what Rabbit said? Did you contact the letterhead to find out if that was accurate? Those calls should be recorded.
Joy's like, yeah, you used this, and like is basically accusing her of a HIPAA violation, which she could be fined for, which she wouldn't because there is no proof of a violation. So I just find that
There could be proof of a violation if that call gets subpoenaed by the court that Katie Parker is going to. And maybe if you were paying any attention at all to the actual story and case and individuals involved and the actual very real consequences to behavior like yours, you might learn something.
really interesting. And it's like, no, she didn't do that. That's not how I've worked in medical records. You can't just call up and be like, here's my license number. Give me this person's medical records. That's not how that works. Like, what are you doing?
You worked in medical records? Doing what? What did you do? Come on. What did you do? Huh? I don't believe you. Sus. Medical records within what context?
But I just wanted to show you this lunacy and truth.
Side note, HIPAA violations are only investigated when they're reported, by the way. So the only way that if Rabbit or the letterhead did commit a violation, the only way for that to be investigated would be for Charla to report the violation, and then it would start an investigation, and assuming that the investigation went through properly and isn't corrupted or biased or whatever, which is not always reliable, in her small town, it means that Charla loses her primary medical care. And it means that Charla loses her primary medical care during a time where she's being actively harassed and her care was increasing and stressors were increasing because these people were triggering her PTSD. So as somebody who worked in medical records, maybe you should have more decorum and professionalism around being understanding and sensitive and aware of these kinds of fucking issues that would come up when it came to reporting HIPAA violations. Bitch.
Truly how crazy this is. And this woman just really does not understand the world. It's just crazy. I need to take off my makeup though. I am so tired and I have the hiccups now and I have to edit.
She drank enough that she got the hiccups and has wine mouth. Yeah, listen, as somebody who's been drunk on streams before, I get it.
This video and the ad read that's going on it so I can get it up tomorrow for you. And now I have to get rid of these hiccups. So
she needs to get it up tomorrow. What'd I tell you?
So Katie Joy, feel free to come at me for civil tort.
Please, Katie, come at me so I can present myself as a victim on my YouTube channel for content. Please, Katie, please do that. Please be the villain that I want you to be. Please. Come on, come at me, Katie Joy. Lady that I said is a menace to my life. You fucking weirdo. What a weird fucking...
Or whatever the fuck you were saying. We are not the same. We are not competing. We're not even in the same league, but good try. Don't let people scare you into silence. Don't be a dick on the internet. Always use protective language. No.
Always use protective language? Like shitting on somebody for begging somebody else to stop and being pushed to the point of having to go to court? For 6 months had gone by the time this came out. This is February. Don't be a dick on the internet? Like you? Like what you're doing? To this random fucking individual that has no platform? Use protective language? Fuck off. So Looney Tunes. What a fucking slap in the face after this fucking, at the very end of this video. God damn. She thinks her audience is fucking stupid.
Know your rights, understand what defamation actually is, and I hope you have a great day, night, weekend whenever you're watching this. Stay spicy, your butt looks so good, and I will see you in my next video.
Please don't sexually harass me and don't talk about my butt, it's weird. Well, that was fun. Everything sucks. The video's shitty. This video's stupid. CC Suarez comes off as a bad person. You guys have anything to say? Can we leave now? Can we go home? I'm glad I ended up taking my time with this video and diving into, like, each of the fucking things instead of just doing something quickly like I was planning on. I was planning on only, like, 2 hours. Now it's been 5. I can't wait to hear CC bitch about, this bitch made a 5 hours worth of content about, about my 40-minute video. Honestly, if I made this a video, I could probably do it in 20. But I wasn't gonna do that. We're here to milk content from lol cows, not briefly explain things. Superficial is a good word. Arrogant is a good word. Passive-aggressive is a good word. You know what's not a good word that describes this woman? Assertive. That butt comment couldn't be a coincidence. Nah, no way. No way. I'm looking forward to seeing if I get any screenshots of her in comments with Aaron. But yeah. Oh, hey, by the way, before, I don't know if you guys noticed. Remember she sent this thing right here, this one that I showed you? Here, I'll show it to you again. Right? She sent this one to Jarla, saying that my video is not about you. My video is about communications with Katie Joy. This last whole chunk of time was her talking about Rabbit and talking about Charlotte's medical records. And this video was edited. What part did you edit? Was it actually your sponsor that needed you to edit that video? Or was it you had to edit it for, was it actually, which part did you have to edit? I'd be curious to know. What part did you have to edit out? Was it the stuff about Rabbit and Charlotte? Is that the part you had to edit out? Huh? I bet it was. And was it actually like your sponsor as in the Valentine's Day sponsor? Or is it like your company sponsor? Like the people you work for? Was it those sponsors? Come on, be transparent, be clear. Don't be like Katie Joy, who leaves things open for interpretation on purpose so she can be harassed. You fucking weirdo. Yeah? No? Alright. I have a question. When am I getting back to art? Soon. I got the tablet set up now. I gotta test it. And then we'll be good. We'll be Gucci. I almost did it today, but not quite yet. Soon. There's just too much to catch up. I gotta play catch up and then we'll be back to art. I'm gonna retire. After all this course stuff over, I'm gonna retire. I'm not doing commentary anymore. I'll just, I don't know, what's the fucking, I'll just produce it. I'll let Manya can take over Dumbfuck Friday. If she wants, she can get another host, and I'll just produce it for them. Then with the tavern, let them, they can produce it. I'll just do the production. Then I'll just sit around and do art all the time. She does no research. So here's the thing. One of the things about this video that I noticed is that it doesn't do what it sets out to do in the title, right? The title says Katie Joy without a crystal ball is lying about me, proof. But then she never proved that. She never showed that at all. The closest she got was something that she had to edit in after the fact. So there's no, Katie Joy said this is factually incorrect, here's how. She said she's wrong and she's lying multiple times, but didn't actually show it. This is proof. And then on top of that, most of the time was her just making statements, not actually presenting any information or making any kind of cohesive presentation of argumentation. She just tried to throw some fallacies around and fell in the dirt. Just face planted. What a joke. Yeah, I feel like journalistic integrity is lost and research is non-existent. It's not research if you take like an email from down the rabbit hole at bedtime and do no work to verify it and apparently didn't even read it. Because what you presented isn't what was in that email, not what Charla said. You misrepresented and missaid what Charla even said, and I showed that. So I guess you're the lying liar who lies now. Not that you and Katie can't both be liars, because we know two things can be true at once, but I'm not talking about Katie Joy. I'm talking about you. And maybe I'm a liar. If I'm a liar, it still doesn't matter. Because we're talking about you. Whataboutism, my friend. Also, learn your fallacies. If you're gonna try and throw fallacies around like you're a fucking debate me bro, hearsay is a kind of evidence. She literally says she would reject it, like she would reject hearsay, but then just took Rabbit's fucking email and ran with it like a fucking chicken with her head cut off. So silly. So nonsense. Alright. I got at least one or two company videos to catch up on as well, so we'll probably be doing that soonish. And then we'll get back to art. We'll probably get back to art starting next week. I'll probably start on Monday, and we'll get back to art on Twitch. So if you want art, find me on Twitch. If you want me making commentary stuff, here. You like videos like this? Here. You want to talk about politics? Here. You want to talk about, I don't know, what the fuck ever? Volcanoes? Here. She spewed hearsay like it was The Exorcist. What did I say? I said I should have titled the video CC Suarez is a gold digger. Fucking shit, that was funny, man. I should have done that. Fuck me. If you see this change in the future, it's because CC reacted to this poorly, and I'm going to punish her for that. Like she said she was going to do to Katie. Fucking care, dude. I don't give a shit. Alright, I'm gonna get out of here before I get myself into more trouble. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow probably for something, and then I'll see you on Friday for Dumbfuck Friday, where we're gonna talk about some of CC's questionable sponsors that she has as an investigative journalist that she claims to be or claims to want to be. So we'll be talking about that on Friday, as well as some other fun things. So join us for Dumbfuck Friday, because it's a good time. And, okay, bye. Oh, and if you have stuff you want me to cover, like this video was suggested to me, if you want me to cover stuff, let me know. Okay, bye. Oh, I'm working. I gotta set that up. I'm working on it. I'm working on Zelda. We're working on it. I promise. Moving the room around is a bit of a bitch. I'll be back.